Yeah, so they are monitoring. So yes, should your circumstances change, they will update the rates. And they
Could go up,
update
could go down.
downward much quicker than they go upward. I'll just remember that. But you are in a good position where the efforts that you've made have made it so that your community can borrow lower costs. So the most important slide in the whole deck, and the one we spent the most time on, about a year ago, was the 1997 and what was taking place with that measure. Where since that one was tapering off, we had the opportunity to do a tax rate extension. And what we did there is we said, we're going to look at the 97 measure, measure B, and we want to look at measure O and have those two maintain a consistent tax rate. We're not going to go up. And that's exactly what you did. So this is the one that will be fading away, and this is the one that we're going to monitor to make sure that we wrap the new tax rate around this measure. And then slide 6, 2011 is just working as it should. When the district did a refunding several years ago, there was a piece of that that did not get refunded. And so we are now able to, if rates stay close to where they are now, is add that and provide some taxpayer savings from that other measure at the same time we're doing this measure. If you recall, I presented this to you and I said you shouldn't do it at a time. Because if you would have done it on a standalone basis, you would pay our firm full freight, you'd pay Jones Hall full freight, everyone would have a fixed fee for doing that transaction. By combining things, we all look to reduce our amount. So for example, my fee is somewhere between 15 and 20,000 for the extra series versus being 55 to 60,000 on the initial series. All our fee, Katie's, everyone's worked that same way, so that when you add on these refundings, you get to spread the costs amongst more. So now it is time to look at it. Now we're doing a transaction, but it was not the right time to look at it before. And if we now go to page 7, page 7 is a summary of measure O. And then we add this a new and improved graphic for you. This like dotted lines with white in the middle. That is the 1997. And that's what we're wrapping around. Before we just had a blue. We wanted to really highlight it. The red is an item that will come to you in May, asking you for consideration for a new series of bonds. The green would come to you in approximately 2027. All of these can be modified depending on your circumstances. Another thing I want to highlight for you is show you that we have a 4% assessed value growth in here. So if your assessed value keeps growing like it has been, most likely in 2027, we'll be saying, you know what, you don't really have to wait till August, and you can probably do 62 million or 63 million instead of 60. By having conservative assumptions, you're always allowing yourself to then, well, one, if really bad things happen, you maintain status quo. If really good things happen, you get to issue more, and you get to do it sooner than you originally projected. So we'd really like you to maintain our assumptions that we've been using. But then what we've done here is work with district staff to say what's the immediate need and what can we realistically get done in 3 years. These bonds, that AAA MMD, acknowledges tax-exempt bonds, meaning the investors that buy these bonds, they get, if they're in California, they get both, they don't have to pay federal and state taxes on those bonds. And so they'll lend at a much lower interest rate than they otherwise would. In exchange for that, the IRS says, we want you to have some spend down requirements. This is one of the things that Jones Hall monitors. And one of them is that we need to reasonably be able to spend 85% of proceeds within 3 years. And so we worked with district staff, kind of what was that number that could be really reasonable to do? We got to $29.7 million for projects, and then come back, and then typically the way programs work is you start off, you get things rolling, and then all of a sudden now your program is moving. And so you come in with the bigger ones after that once you kind of get up and running with things. And so then finally, part of that, yes.
So why, a couple questions. So par amount is per bond, right?
Yeah, so on the listed here.
Yeah, so it's 30, so if you're gonna buy one bond, it would be 30,000 for Series A.
So 30 million par would be the total amount of bonds
Oh, that's
sold.
million, I'm sorry.
And then the bonds are sold in a minimum of a $5,000 increment.
Okay, so we're selling 30 million in bonds for Series A, and the face value of the bond is 5,000.
We call it denomination.
Oh, denomination, okay. Okay, and then what's project amount?
That's the amount of funds that are available for the projects. because there's
Okay.
costs involved with the transaction.
Okay, and then why are, as we're going through the series, is the maturity date staying the same?
It is, because when we ran these, was really the 7% assessed value growth. We've been projecting 4%. And so you've come in, even in the first year, you've come in so much higher than our original projections that were able to then shorten the term and keep them under that red line. So if you would have done 4% assessed value with like we projected, they would have gone out a little bit further each time.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
So the last slide really focuses on the schedule. And so this is kind of funny. We have a credit rating meeting coming up, even though we just had it. But this one's going to be like, it's 10 minutes, right? Like you guys just did this. Now, you can write the 10-page report. You wrote the 1-page report. You can write the 10-page report. But then, okay, so that's coming up, but it'll be much easier because we've already done the legwork on that. We will affirm, most likely, the rating on May 2nd. And then on May 6th, we'll be before you again, asking you to consider a resolution of issuance. And maybe I'll pause for a moment and let Katie talk a bit about what goes into that.
Yeah, thank you. So on May 6th, I plan to bring you 3 resolutions. The Measure O was authorized under Prop 39, which allows you to get a 55% vote rather than 2/3. And in exchange for that, there are some additional accountability measures. So the first resolution will be certifying the results. And that's just an administrative thing that you need to do. The county has already certified the results, but then the district needs to take formal actions to accept that certification from the county. So that's the first resolution. The second resolution will be adopting bylaws for the Measure O Oversight Committee. And that appointing members to the Oversight Committee needs to happen within 60 days of when that first resolution that I mentioned is adopted. And so I talked to Superintendent Backer and suggested that you hold off on that until you're closer to issuing bonds because there's nothing for the committee to review until you start spending that money. And it's a bit of a process to find members for the committee. So it's something that takes time. So I just wanted you all to have enough time to really go through that process. So those are the first 2. And then the issuance resolution, which Adam mentioned, it's a long resolution that sets forth all the terms of the bonds. It creates accounts with the county to hold your funds, to make debt service payments, and to hold your project funds. And it delegates authority to district administration to take all the steps necessary to actually consummate the issuance of the bonds. And in adoption of that resolution, you'll also be approving some form documents. One is an agreement between the district and Stifel Nicholas, which will be the underwriter of the bonds. And they will purchase all of your bonds and then sell them to investors on the secondary market. And the other one is a preliminary official statement, which is a disclosure document. And so prospective investors are going to get this long document that's going to describe the district, your community, your tax base for repayment, and the district's finances. So I will be working closely with district staff to have that document ready for you.
There's a 100-page document in there called the preliminary official statement. And when you read it, you're going to wonder why there's blanks in it. That's
Yes.
because it's preliminary. We don't have the numbers until it becomes the official statement. So that is to form.
Yep.
About half the time I get a text on my way to board meeting saying, why is there blanks in the preliminary official statement? So just be ready for that. So then if you take action to approve that evening, that will allow us to send that preliminary official statement to investors. And then on or around May 14th, we're going to have our IPO for these bonds. And we do some prep the afternoon before, and then very early in the morning, about 7 o'clock our time, 10 o'clock New York time, we have an order period where investors put their orders in for the bonds. And we can track it. It's a lot like it's like a fancy eBay. You can see, like, just like I showed you that MMD has 1 through 30, there's orders for years 1 through 30. So unlike our home mortgage where you just have one maturity, that underwriter is selling a 2025 bond, they're selling a 2040 bond, they're selling all these different bonds to the investors, and we get to track that. And then our job with the district is to negotiate the final rates, and eventually district staff will sign a bond purchase agreement, and that's when the bonds become basically the underwriter's bonds. 2 weeks after that, after Katie's done a ton of documentation, we're then going to close those, and then the money gets transferred to the county, and then you can start requisitioning against those funds. And then for the refunding piece, The next year is when we have that on the tax roll, and that's have a slight augmentation to their tax rates. And that's what we have detailed here. So June 4th was our date that we'd expect to have all funds available to the district.
What is the slight augmentation to the tax rate? What's that caused by?
Oh, it's very small, because it's a very small amount of bonds that are being available to refund, and it's spread such a small number of taxpayers, it's a few cents.
Lower though.
Lower,
Going in
yeah.
the right direction, yeah.
If it would have been done with that prior measure, you could have then had a bigger number then, but it's just a small amount that was left over.
So when do we have to establish the committee?
So within 60 days of this May 6th meeting, so in July.
We have to have it done by July,
You
so
have-
could we potentially be working on members now?
Absolutely, yes. I have an application that you can use and an advertisement that you can use, and there are certain categories that you need to fill for membership. So you need to have someone who's active in a taxpayers organization, someone active in a senior citizens organization, a parent who's active in something like the PTA, and a business, someone who represents the business community in the district. So, and then you have at least two at-large members. So you're aiming for 7, and sometimes certain of those categories can be difficult to fill, but it's great that you have this time to really recruit and try to fill all those categories. And then you receive your funds in June, and then presumably money starts going out the door pretty quickly after that, and then they have something to start reviewing.
Katie, the board's dark in July, so would you
Okay.
consider the recommendation that we should be considering? So I want to make sure that we keep to the timelines,
Yep.
that we meet those timelines.
Yep. So then at your June meeting,
Okay.
you could appoint members?
Or latest June meeting?
Mhm.
And it's 60 days from the May 2nd or May 6th? Which one?
It's 60 days from the board meeting, so May 6th. Yeah, it's when you adopt that certification resolution, that's what starts the clock.
Pretty sure that's June like 25th-ish or 24th, I don't know,
Okay.
my calendar on me.
Well, that's great. We have 4 months now for you to really dig into it and make sure you have your committee ready to go.
And then, Katie, at that same meeting, would they also have like the cost of issuance summary, and like they could have a
Yes.
summary of the bond sale and that sort of thing?
Exactly, yes. So the resolution is going to include some financial projections and with the refunding bonds and the new money bonds. So those will be available to you all into the community.
So we definitely would recommend that we get the bond committee, that there was a subcommittee that was developed when we went out for bond to start meeting and start identifying some of that modernization, plumbing, HVAC, technology, security, so we know what we can earmark this issuance for, with hard costs and soft costs.
Okay. And we have a new bond committee since the election.
Correct, with among the board members, correct.
So we have to earmark money for specific purposes.
Correct, that we put out there when we were going out and campaigning, we put to modernize our technology, infrastructure, security, cameras, existing HVACs are faulty, that project has, as well as dealing with plumbing, restroom issues, electrical issues, as well as STEM and safety. One of our current projects, we're moving trans sites, so there are asbestos and trans sites that we have identified.
Was there anything in there about demolishing old portals and replacing them?
Not exactly, it's more of a replace or repair. So part of that replacement is we take out and dispose of old portables that are no longer, they're end of life, and we have quite a few in the 1960s.
And the exercise that your oversight committee will undertake is to look at the project list. And so all of the projects on the list are allowable under law. That's what we did back in last summer, make sure that everything that you have on that list is allowable. And your oversight committee is going to look at that, and then they're going to make sure that the projects that you spent money on, you're going to present to them the money that has gone out the door, and they're going to compare that and make sure that it's something you told the voters that you were going to do.
For example, like one of the things we said that we weren't going to do is we weren't going to build a school
Right.
using those proceeds, right? So we wouldn't want to be putting in a project where we're building a brand new school.
Correct.
Now, you might be building a facility on an existing school, especially if you're doing something like with a STEM project or something, like where you might have to refurbish an entire room, right, to be able to provide that.
And we can spend this on a district office. The last bond, we could not.
Well, there's no language that we had on this one. There's just language of renovate, upgrade, modernize, which are our keywords,
Yeah.
but not build a new school per se.
But I just was making the point, last time we were kind of hamstrung because of the bond language. We could not do anything to this building.
And those are excellent questions for the bond committee, right?
So to our bond vendors here, so how specific do we need to be in terms of identifying the use of these funds?
It's pretty specific.
So,
Well, how specific in terms of what? You mean when you're
well, so
presenting-
here's my concern, okay? So we're talking about, what's the total amount, a couple $100 million? I don't
Well,
remember.
30 million would be first
Okay,
issuance.
so 30 million for the first, right?
Overall,
So-
205, I think.
So we don't have a list of, I mean, we have categories that we laid out when we surveyed, but we don't have a list. And we're talking about that we need to have a concrete, very specific list in 4 months.
We do have a list, Member Hill.
So where did that list come from?
It came from our Renal Clark architects, who they basically identified all our sites. The board approved them back in June, I want to say, to go out to the sites and assess our facilities infrastructure.
I don't think that we as a board talked about specific projects.
We're not talking about specific projects, but I think what we did is we identified on the list high priorities, and I believe that's what's inside the categories there. So for instance, if HVAC was a high category or asbestos removal was a high category, I think those things are listed like that in there.
Additionally, like end of life, like portables and you could say envelopes of existing buildings that are currently leaking, restrooms.
But the concern that I have is we don't have a strategic plan around, potentially what are the different things that we need to improve and what the priorities are. And it would be irresponsible of us to go out and spend money and to start earmarking until we have a strategic plan and clear priorities that have been discussed and approved by the board.
Correct. And we need that bond committee to look at these recommendations, whether it be Renal Clark that has a facility master plan that's going to prioritize priority 1 to 5. And
Yeah,
what's-
but so these are architects that have never talked to the board about this, and have never talked to any of our community members. So they can put whatever priority they want, right? But it's we, the people, that decide
Yeah.
what the priorities are.
Agree with you on that.
So can we ask for a time that they could come and to give us, these are the things that we recommend that you do, and this is why, and the whys behind that, so that we can understand where they were coming from when they did their assessment?
Absolutely.
Okay, so that would be something to, as soon as we can, we've got this little tiny window.
Because there are some
Right.
safety things you need to do
Right, I
away.
mean, absolutely,
We know
safety
there's some
would be-
safety issues that we want to be able to go
You know,
address.
and I think staff should put that list together with your recommendations, but then we should talk
Absolutely.
about reprioritizing based on the input we get from the community and
And the
talking
community might
amongst
share some
ourselves.
more information with us. I know the kids were really concerned about their restrooms.
Yes.
There's things that we have heard about that people are very concerned about, especially as we were out talking about the bond. It was interesting to hear what the community had to say, and I don't disagree with Member Hill. We absolutely need to bring you back a document so that you have a living document to be able to work with. That living document, though, can be adjusted, because you'll have different things that happen, right? There'll be different things that will occur, and then you'll want to make sure that you send that back out, and so your priority list may have to be adjusted each year.
Well, and my concern, right, is that as I've been on the board, so we spent a bunch of money and a bunch of time, this is prior to me being on the board, but I believe that Vice President Thomas was on the board, developing a facilities master plan. And I went very, very thoroughly through all of the different needs It was put on hold for, I guess, a variety of reasons, and then COVID hit. Then we had a new administration come in, and they came up with a new list, right? And so, and then that list was not properly vetted by the board and by the community. And that's how we ended up spending 40% of our capital reserves on one project at one school, the track and field, that, you know, a lot of people would argue was maybe not the highest and best use. And so I'm just concerned that we're not going to go through the same process again, come up with a brand new list that doesn't reference any of the old lists, doesn't have any, you know, community input. And then potentially we start deploying money on something that, you know, maybe the squeaky wheel identifies, but that is not really the most important thing for us to be focused on.
Absolutely.
What are your concerns?
So.
And our bond sales schedule can be adjusted on how long it takes. If you're able to get it done in this time frame, then we'll be back in May. If not, we'll work with Mr. Staff to adjust the schedule.
President
Can you have it
Jones,
by May?
I think we'll do our best to try to help make it happen by May.
Yes.
right, President Jones,
So we
so,
don't go out for the sale until we know how we want to allocate that 30 million.
correct, absolutely, that is key right
And by the
there.
way, that first 30 million is really key, because like you want to be able to show the community that you're doing certain things, especially before you go out to the next series. Like you need to be very on target with what this look like. And I'll be honest, your facilities, as you all know, after I went out and took a look at them, like the very beginning when I first got here, I was like, you guys can't wait for a bond. Your schools need help, and there's a lot that needs to be done. And maybe it's not some things that maybe the community can actually see, but it's the things that we see that we can't get to work. Your pool, for example, needs major work over at the high school.
Yeah.
And
Now
we
they
don't.
just got 6 million, now they're gonna get a bunch more million at the high school, and we've done nothing in the meantime at any of our elementary or middle schools.
I'm just saying that your pool's about ready to.
I know.
To think.
But this speaks to the
Again.
lack of prior planning for big dollar investments.
And your elementary schools really felt like they were not given proceeds from the last bond. I know I heard that loud and clear out there in the bond, so I know you heard it, I know I heard it. We need to consider that, because they felt like the majority of it went to the high school to begin with,
And
and not to your
it was
elementary.
because there was a lack of communication, a lack of planning, a lack of, so it was, you know, a group that wanted to have a big project done, they got together and they made it happen without the board really involved in almost any of it.
There was a really cool idea that came out sometime during when we were out talking about the bond with the community, about keeping an active list and keeping it actually on our agenda so that it was up there and current about some of the high trend areas that we were actually working on, so the community knew, and that we maybe actually added a timeline, like where is it at? Like, is it currently in the development stage? Is it currently in construction stage? Is it done? Like, you know, like being able to like track some of those projects. And I thought that was like a really great recommendation that came out in one of our conversations that we had with the community. So I think for some of the bigger nuggets of things that we really want to be able to do, whether that's, I'll just throw out, whether it's to repaint all the schools and give them a freshen up, right?
We, in the beginning with our last bond, we had great presentations every 2 months on the status of all the projects. They were all listed, they were all talked about their due date, and that went away toward the end, and I
Right.
just want us to bring that back.
Okay.
Bring it back.
So, board members, and that's because we have Measure G, and so the CBOC would bring those updates along with your CBO, and that's pretty normal. Since I've been here, I've seen, I think, 3 facility master plans, and I'm like, well, these are great ideas, but to your point, Member Hill, they haven't come to fruition. It's like, they were brought up, somebody made the study, but now you have a bond committee, which is great. That is.
But the
Well, the bond
bond
committee-
committee does not make those
No,
decisions.
it only looks
We, the
backwards.
board, make those
No,
decisions.
I meant your board members committee, you have your own bond committee, not CBOC, I'm not talking about
Oh,
CBOC.
Bond Advisory Committee.
Correct, but bond advisory committee.
But again, the bond advisory committee does an analysis, and they bring it before the board, and there's discussion.
Yes.
And it's not just like a 30-minute agenda item,
Right.
right? And the fact is that, you know, and as Superintendent Vaccaro is indicating, there, and I know this, I saw this prior to her joining, that there were a lot of schools that were very upset
Yeah.
with how all of a sudden there was this big massive sucking sound of, you know, taking $8 million and deploying it towards one project at one school. And we cannot do that again, right? And we really need to have input from the schools, and quite frankly, I think that we need to see, you know, input from the schools and the teachers and the parents, and we ought to have lists for each of those. And you know, and those ought to inform, because and quite frankly, it may be that those take precedence over some other things. We need to evaluate it, because I think that if the community went out and made all this effort to go and promote the bond and to vote for the bond, but then they're not seeing it at their local site, that's
They're
problematic.
gonna be frustrated. They'll be real frustrated by that.
Well, the good thing is that this bond audit committee will be, have an arsenal of 3 facility master plans and the last measures project list that was checked off, and some that were not completed. So, and you will have public comment in these committee meetings that would get stakeholder involvement.
I think it's gonna be really important that we, you know, look at the safety on the school sites.
Yeah.
You know, especially the elementary sites.
Yes.
The blacktops, you know, I mean, just the blacktop itself has issues. Or the patios in between the courtyards. And are there roots that are causing issues in the surface that was there? And making sure that our kids can run across the campus safely. You know, that I think, I don't know where that is in the master plan, but to me, making sure that all of our sites, especially our elementary sites, are really safe places
And
for
that
our
means
kids to be.
irrigation of our fields were, and taking care of gopher bowls.
Gopher holes,
Where
right?
kids are in a trip, and someone at one point decided they didn't like the idea of us spending money on irrigation, and they turned off our irrigation system. And so all summer long, our fields on many of our schools are brown. And the city doesn't do that with their fields.
No, and they
We're
get
not
those
being
little,
good.
they get those little weed things, and those weed things create that nasty seed pod.
What's that?
It said, when we turn that off, we get those weeds that come up, those really awful, you don't talk about those like sticky weed, they hurt.
They hurt.
They hurt.
really hurt the kids when they
Yeah.
develop.
And they're hard to get rid of afterwards.
And
They're just
that's it, that's a
miserable.
case where the board set a goal, and we said, we put aside money from Russian, measure, Fund 40. We set aside money for irrigation, and staff didn't follow through with it, it just didn't happen. And I hope we, board members, bird dog,
We don't wanna be that staff that is not
you don't
saying
want to be
something.
that staff.
We don't wanna be that staff, I can tell you that right now.
We hear you loud and clear, every one of you. Thank you.
I do wanna say 30 million goes really fast when you've got 9 sites. So
Well, that's my thing, like, can you explain to me a little bit more about why we start with 30 and then move to 60? Is it kind of a proving point, like we proved to the community that we're good? Is that kind of how it, I noticed the numbers are 30, 60, 60, 60, 55. How are those chosen?
If I may, Adam, every project, whether if it's 5 million, 3 million, 10 million, it takes bandwidth, it takes work, it takes personnel. So starting with a larger number, you have the time, the clock starts ticking. So we want to make sure we have the bandwidth, the personnel, construction management firms, construction management firms in this case here, because we don't have in-house construction managers. But one thing that we're doing is smaller projects under $1 million, like our new director of maintenance operations transportation. He has construction management experience, as do I. So we're handling the smaller projects without CMs, just an architect. That helps us with some of our soft costs.
Sure.
But a project, once again, we want to start with 30 million and see what our bandwidth is, so to speak, to grasp everything. And some of the stuff that are really like pertinent, that are band-aids currently right now, we need to address those issues. Adam?
And after doing this analysis that we've all talked about this evening, If the number comes in at 25 million or 35 million, that's fine. There's nothing magic about 30, it's just what we're trying to size.
And one of the things that I mentioned was, these are tax exempt bonds.
These first ones?
Yeah, all of them.
Oh, okay.
This one is eligible to issue tax exempt debt, which means that investors don't pay tax on the interest. So they're willing to give you better rates than with corporate indebtedness. And so the IRS looks especially hard at tax exempt bonds. And one of the things they don't want you to do is issue bonds and then just sit on the money. They want you to spend it as quickly as possible. So Adam mentioned the 85% rule. You have to have a reasonable expectation when you issue that you're going to be able to spend at least 85% in 3 years. And that sounds pretty easy, but once you got to line up your contractors and things.
Right, I can see
But
that.
so
for sure.
where does that rule come from?
The IRS, right?
The IRS says that you need to spend 85% of your bond proceeds in 3 years.
You have to have a reasonable expectation at the time that you issue the bonds. So when you're looking at reasonable expectations, it means like that you have a plan in place and you can show the IRS if they ever audit you. One thing that slowed a lot of districts down was COVID. Construction stopped. So if you got audited, you could just show the IRS, look, we couldn't do anything because it was COVID. But if you just issue the money and then you don't have a plan and you sit on it, then they're gonna make you pay them.
Right. There's obviously the City Act reporting as well, Adam, that we want to make sure that what we've issued, we are counting to every dollar.
Yeah, to that point is, it used to be somewhat, that IRS would have to go searching to figure out whether a district did this. But the state in 2017 enacted a requirement that if you issue in California, you have to post spend down your amount of proceeds on hand. So now the IRS, any bored IRS agents can go down the CDI webpage and just see exactly where you're at. So our random audits don't seem as random as they used to be.
Yeah, they're
Usually if there's an audit comes in, I call the district and I say, oh, you have bond proceeds, don't you? Where it used to be like a 50-50 whether they did or not.
Yeah.
The other thing is it gives us a chance to now, during the next 3 years, especially to have those discussions about some of the larger projects that will require DSA, additional approvals that we need to really spend time on, right? And really for the board to really then hone in as to what those big projects are for the next rounds, right, that come up. Those will really be your big ones. These first ones though are really like, we've been putting Band-Aids and tourniquets on things. Is we take those off and immediately address some of those immediate safety issues, those are gonna be your first things that you kinda need to do. And then I think we also need to build some public confidences. Several of you have mentioned here, and I think that's really important. We heard that really loud and clear out there on the campaign trail.
And there is a 6-month waiting with DSA back check or anything like path of travel. Once again, the black tops, right? And having, so anything solar that we can connect to or that accessibility. So there's other components that they're going to look at for access for any projects that are bond related.
Right, okay.
Okay, well, nice work getting that to you a long time.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Can I just recap the next steps real quickly? I just wanted to make sure that we all are clear on the next steps. The next steps would probably be come back here in May, on May 6th, right? Bring several different series of resolutions. In the meantime, I think we need to get out on our website, the bond committee that we need to start, getting names and stuff for, so we can get that ready to go. Even though you won't really form the committee till later. And then what happens with Measure G? I just want to make sure that we talk about the Measure G oversight bond. Does it go away entirely and we retire it?
So I can answer that question. They're actually speaking to Key Analytics, who were over our Measure G, and we're closing that out. You don't have any funds, you don't need to have a CBOC for that. And we expressed that to our CBOC members last time I met with them, that we're closing that out because we need to be meeting or having reports. The last reports are pretty concise and thorough. I would recommend though to be a final report to be put out by Key Analytics, and basically identify every project and every dollar on that Measure G. And it closes out basically, so we don't have any more CDAC reporting on it.
And they would come and present to the board?
So I do believe that we have to audit, our auditor has to audit the bond. And
Correct,
that has
and they have
to
those
happen in the
documents.
next couple of months.
We do have those documents, correct, Crow.
Yeah, they have to audit it.
Yeah, they're aware they have to do that before June because we don't want to do it
But
next year.
they have to work with the CBOC on that.
They close it out.
They've been trying for a couple of years to
I
close
know,
it out.
we've got to start it.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Of course. Nice to see you all. Have a good night.
Coming back at 6:30 for the introduction of closed session. During closed session, we have a couple public comments, but I'm going to read the closed session agenda prior to public comment for closed session, and then we'll take the 3 cards that I have for closed session. In closed session, 2.1, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, complaint, Government Code 54957. 2.2, conference with real property negotiator, property 6 acres, vacant parcels, sorry, I'm going to put my glasses on. APNs 9012002, 9012003, 9012004, 9012016, 9002017 at the corner of C. Turtle Avenue and Cherry Street, Newark, California. Sanctuary property in Area 3. Agency negotiator Kelly Rem, Tracy B. Vicar, Jose C. Quintana. Negotiating parties, City of Newark under negotiation terms. 2.3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9. 4 cases, case 1, case 2, case 3, case 4. Resolution number 2024.25.23, resolution to release and non-reelect certified administrators pursuant to Ed Code 44951 and 44929.21. 2.5, resolution number 2024-25.24, release and reassignment of certified administrative employees pursuant to Ed Code 44951. 2.6, Resolution 2024.25.25, temporary employee release. 27, I'm sorry, 2.7, Resolution number 2024.25.26, substitute release. And 2.8, Conference with Labor Negotiators, Government Code 54957.6, Subdivision A, CSEA, and NTA. At this time, I will call up Sherry Villa with speaking on 2.2, Conference with Real Property.
Good evening, Board President, school board members, and executive cabinet. My comments tonight are in regards to item 2.8 in closed session. The title of that being Conference with Labor Negotiations, Government Code 54957.6, Subdivision A, Employee Organization, CSEA, and MTA. Backing up school board meeting at the beginning of this year, August 20th, it was item 2.2 in closed session. Was not included in September 3rd or September 17th. October 1st, it was 2.1. October 15th, 2.2. November 5th, 2.2. December 2nd, not listed. December 12th, 2.3. January 21st, 2.3. And at the last school board meeting, February 4th, it was 2.2. So, looking at today's agenda, kind of surprising to see we got bumped down on the list all the way to the bottom, 2.8. So, whatever what we're talking about, other things besides negotiations with NTA, we seem to fall to the bottom of the list. Trying to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you. Cindy Park speaking on 2.2 regarding the Sanctuary Village.
Good evening. We're a tag team. Mr. Knoop is going to read the end of
I'm
my.
aware, thank you.
Thank you. I'm concerned with Superintendent Vicar placing conference with real property negotiator item for Area 3 Sanctuary Village on the closed session agenda again. It was previously pulled from the November 5th, 2024 and February 4th, 2025 agendas. Under Government Code Section 54954.5, the Brown Act allows closed session discussion only for negotiations over price, terms of payment, or both. Because NUSD has no price or payment terms under consideration, placing this item in closed session does not satisfy the Brown Act threshold. The school district might benefit from the agreement of these 6-acre property listed. However, you need to be aware that dedication that is contained within the attached agreement between the City of Newark and Newark Partners LLC, and was recorded on November 24, 2015. The following is the relevant language from the agreement. Section 3.03E, the developer shall offer for dedication to the city in an as-is in unimproved condition 6 acres of land for the construction of an elementary school adjacent to the park parcel. This offer of dedication shall be made upon the city's assurance of a first building permit for Area 3 and shall not be rescinded for 7 years or the 200th building permit, whichever is later. In the event that the city accepts the dedication and transfers the land to the school district, the city must impose a deed restriction on the land, limiting its use to school education purposes, and providing that the school district disposes of the land, it must first offer to sell the land at the appraised value described in section 3.03F below, which is below. Back to the developer, and if declined, to the city. The developer shall not market the project to any party as including the development of an elementary school until such time as the construction of the school is assured. Now I'm going to get to that section F. At the city's sole option during that 7-year period or the 200th building permit, whichever date is later, and in lieu of the dedication described in this section, the city may elect to receive a monetary payment from the developer in the amount equal to the fair market value of the 6 acres of parcel in 2010 as raw unimproved land zoned for high-tech development without interest, as the value is established according to the written appraisal. If construction of a permanent elementary school campus, not portable buildings, does not commence within the 7-year period, the offer of dedication shall terminate, and the developer shall make the school land payment to the city.
Good evening. Continuing. In both the October 12, 2018 communication to Patrick Sanchez and the July 24, 2023 email to Dr. De Leon, the City of Newark has been clear about the timeline for the Sanctuary Village school site. Newark Unified School District needs to begin building a permanent elementary school structure by August 7, 2025. Another item to note is the August 2014 recirculated draft environmental impact report area 3 and 4 specific plan, which I emailed to all of you. In that email, I included an excerpt from page S60. There are several references about pesticides and hazardous materials which might require remediation. As I said in my email, I know this is complex and a lot to absorb, which is another reason why staff report with public discussion done prior to the 6-month looming deadline would have been prudent. Along those lines, I respectfully request the board to direct staff to prepare and present a public staff report detailing the district responsibilities, timeline, and environmental consideration associated with these 6 acres. And number 2, clarify whether there are any specific monetary terms of payment negotiations that justify closed session deliberation. If not, remove or revise the real property negotiator item to ensure Brown Act's compliance. That concludes the statement from Cindy Parks. I do have some time, or am I out of time? Oh, I do have some time. So I just want to add that what I think bothers me, and maybe many in this community, is that we need to have a public discussion of what we're going to do with all this land, whether it's Area 3 or snow or music, and it's been too long. And this is now the 3rd time it's in closed session. I have no idea what you folks discuss. I hope it's conformed to the Brown Act. But still, I just don't see any reason why that is. If you negotiate with Newark, I don't see any reason why that has to be in secret, you know. It doesn't make any sense to me, but I guess you folks know better. So have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Knoop. Could I ask Kelly Ream to come up and just provide a little clarification as to why we're speaking about this in closed session tonight?
Yes, absolutely. Good evening, board members, superintendent, and cabinet. Thank you for having me here today. As I mentioned, I'm Kelly Ream with Lozano Smith, the law firm. As you all know, there is a Brown Act exception that allows us to go into closed session to talk about, to provide guidance to or authority to the agency's negotiator prior to the purchase, sale, exchange, or lease of real property regarding price or terms of payment for purchase, sale, lease, or exchange. And prior to doing so, the legislative body shall hold an open session in which it identifies its negotiators, the real property in question, and the person or persons with whom the negotiators may negotiate. So that second requirement was complied with here. You've got all of the information identified on your agenda and allowed for public comment prior to having this discussion in closed session. You just heard a little bit about the background, which I'm sure a lot of you are already aware of, related to the sanctuary property. There's a development agreement between the city and the developer from 2015. And it does, in fact, require the developer to offer to dedicate 6 acres of land to the city. That would then be, if accepted by the city, transferred to the school district. However, there is no agreement between the school district and the city for transfer of that property. And so there is this possibility of an acquisition by the school district of property from the city, but there are no terms currently between those parties. And that is what would be negotiated, and that's what puts us squarely within the allowance to go into closed session and have that discussion. The Brown Act does not say that you need to be in contract with another party in order to talk about terms in closed session. In fact, that wouldn't make a lot of sense because we're typically negotiating the terms before we go into contract. And as I mentioned, there is no current contract between the city and the school district related to this property. And so the discussion will be limited to that. It's not going to be about terms between the developer and the city. That's not the purview of the board, and that's not the focus of the closed session discussion. But at the end of the day, again, because there is the potential for an acquisition of land from another entity, and we have disclosed all of that information on the agenda and allowed public comment, it does fall within the Brown Act exception to allow for a discussion in closed session.
Thank you.
President Jones.
Member Hill?
So, Ms. Rem, thank you. But I'm a little bit confused here because you're indicating that we don't have terms, but we have an agreement. And it seems to me that the terms are outlined in that agreement.
Would you like me to respond? The terms are between the city and the developer. And there is, again, it's not as the agreement is written, and we don't want to get into talking about terms in open because that's the whole reason for having the closed session. But as it stands right now, there is no specific, there are no specific terms allowing for the transfer between the city and the school district. And there are things that would need to happen if that were going to take place. And so that's the subject of the closed session. The school district is not a party to that agreement. And so it is referenced in that agreement, but is not a party and does not necessarily have the rights to enforce that. Although even that may be questionable. But we won't get
Ms.
into that
Rem,
here.
in order for us to proceed, wouldn't the board have had to have made a decision that we actually need to engage in negotiations prior to having a discussion of pricing and terms?
I think, and again, I don't want to get too much into what I think is appropriate for closed session. I think the answer is that it's all tied together, right? We need to have a discussion about whether or not there are terms that the district would want to agree to or that the board would want to authorize its negotiators to put out there before potentially having a discussion with the city. And that is the purpose of the closed session.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the clarification. I'd like to make one other clarification, and that is, Ms. Phillip, when we set the agenda items in closed session, there is not a purposeful lineup in terms of those. They're just added in there, but the number of where it is does not indicate the order in which we speak on these issues in closed session, just for you to understand. Thank you. All right, and with that, we are going to adjourn to closed session at 6:45. Returning from closed session at 9:15, reporting out on closed session items. 2.1, during closed session held earlier, the board adopted a resolution pursuant to Ed Code Section 44929.21 and authorized the district superintendent to notify one teacher of the release from the probationary position by the following vote: 5 ayes. Motion by Thomas, second by Hill. Administrator release and non-reelection, 2.4. Motion was, during the closed session held earlier, the board adopted a resolution pursuant to the Ed Code sections 44951 and 44929.21 and authorized the district superintendent to notify 2 assistant principals of their release and non-reelection from their position by the following vote: 5 ayes. Motion made by Block, second by Hill. Administrator release and reassignment, which is 2.5. The board adopted a resolution pursuant to Ed Code Section 4491 and authorized the district superintendent to notify an assistant principal and an alternative education program administrator of their release and reassignment from their position by the following vote: 5 ayes. Motion made by Thomas, second made by Aguiano. 2.6, temporary employee release. The board voted to issue notices of non-reelection to 4 temporary certified teachers by the following vote: 5 ayes. Motion made by Hill, second by Thomas. 2.7, substitute employee release. The board voted to issue notices of release to 3 substitute certified teachers by the following vote: 5 ayes. Motion by Block, second by Aguiano. Thank you. All right. Moving on to Pledge of Allegiance. Joy, would you please lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Meeting practices and information. Just as a reminder, we will keep our focus on the best interest of our students. We will work towards that future, learning from the past. We will stay focused on our goals and avoid getting sidetracked. We will build upon the ideas of others and look for common ground. We will paraphrase for understanding. When we have a difference of opinion, we will debate the facts of the situation and avoid personal criticism. We will address processes, not persons. We will respect differences, and we will never dismiss or devalue others. On to 5.1, approval of the agenda. Would anyone like to pull an item? Okay. I would like a motion to approve the agenda.
I move that we approve the agenda.
I'll second.
Okay. And Ms. Lemus, could we take a vote, please?
Yes. Student Board Member Lee?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Aguiano?
Yes.
Member Block?
Yes.
Vice President Thomas?
Yes.
President Jones?
Yes.
6 ayes.
All right. Motion results, 6 ayes. It passes. All right. Student reports.
Thank
Joy?
you. Good evening, board members, executive cabinet, and beloved Newark community. Happy Black History Month. We take this month to celebrate the contributions of so many Black Americans who, through the struggles and triumphs, have shaped our nation's history. Every week through February, the high school is highlighting an important Black figure, and today we recognize Ella Fitzgerald, an American jazz singer. She pioneered jazz music, broke racial barriers in the music industry, and inspired excellence, proudly representing her culture. At the high school, ASB elections happened just last week. Congratulations to all the elected class officers of 26, 27, and 28. Congratulations to next year's ASB cabinet, ASB President Jacqueline Torres, Vice President Addison Wolf, ASB Secretary Harnor Sion. We are still awaiting on 2 candidates to be interviewed for our ASB treasurer. And the final congratulations to our next ASB student board member, Jasleen Ayala Torres, who will be succeeding me after the end of my term. On Valentine's Day, ASB's Valentine Graham fundraiser was a huge success. Students, parents, and teachers were able to buy a rose and a bear keychain for each other and were all delivered that day. Thank you to all the student organizers and Mr. Kawabata who helped make this fundraiser a success. The New York Girls Who Code program is recruiting high school volunteers. It's hosted by our school's Hack Club, and the program aims to teach New York elementary schoolers basic computer science concepts. Many of our high school departments are hosting events in the next months. And so the first one is our New York Memorial Band and Choir's Le Jazz Hot. Tickets are on sale until February 24th. Le Jazz Hot is a dinner gala accompanied by jazz music performed by the band and choir. Dinner is provided by Texas Roadhouse, so if you like Texas Roadhouse, along with dessert and chances to win multiple big prizes with raffle tickets. The concert is on Saturday, March 1st, where doors open at 5:30 p.m. You can buy tickets online, and I know I personally will be very much attending and highly encourage you guys to also come and support our band and choir program. Next, the Puente Club at the high school is helping beautify the school campus and improve the environment with the school tree planting on March 8th from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. They wanted to personally invite the school board members and any executive cabinet members who would like to come, as well as any community members who would like to join us. In our drama department, a story of drama and unexpected humorous twists will unfold as the New York Memorial High School presents Blithe Spirit. Explore with Charles Ruth Elvira through a tale of love and heartbreak in the world of the 1920s at the New York Memorial High School Theater. Now, future teasing to our HATS performance coming up this March. On February 22nd, we will be having our first media day for our club performers. It's a great opportunity where clubs will be getting a chance to have their professional photos taken, something that hasn't happened yet. Thank you to Senior Alex Garcia and his father who are donating their time and their services to take photos for us. And the yearly Special Olympics is a time where special education students from the surrounding high schools join at the high school to not only compete with each other, but build new memories and friends. I've been volunteering for the past 2 years, and I can testify it's an amazing event with lots of smiles, love, and joy that you can see from both participants and volunteers alike. It is happening on February 28th, and I believe Coach K sent the invitations to you guys, so to your Gmail. Next week, the high school will also be hosting an event called Challenge Day for our 9th graders. The purpose of this event is to help students break down barriers and bring empathy to create a community where we all belong. It'll be next Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday from 8:30 to 3:30. We would like to invite the school board, superintendent, executive cabinet members to attend and support our students. Lastly, several teams from New York Memorial High School have completed and made it to NCS. I'd like to invite you to bring a round of applause for our boys basketball team, boys wrestling, boys soccer, girls wrestling, and girls soccer. Lastly, before I end, in a time like this where changes are being decided and decisions are being made, I would like to end reminding not only my fellow board members, but all who are listening, and me too, to stay empathetic, to stay vigilant, to stay creative as each day we will make decisions which will impact the lives and the minds of students like me and everyone to come. Students who will become the next business owners, the next world leaders, and even school board members. Or even be a superintendent. And with the late time, a student left something with me. Her name is Sophia Cruz, and her class actually made this poster that I would like to share with you guys. It says, It says, please save, think together. So, board members, please. And I'll try, I wonder if you guys would want to put it up somewhere. But every single people from their class, people like signed this and they drew this and they created this and they brought it to show you. But unfortunately, Sophia had to leave because of the time. But thank you for listening.
Thank you for sharing, Joy.
Thank you so much, Joy. I appreciate that. We are moving on to employee organizations. NTA?
Right, good evening again, board president, school board members, and executive cabinet. Right. Our budget should be a reflection of our district's priorities. There should be an alignment with what we are spending our money on, our expenditures, and the work that we all do, which is to provide all of our students a quality education. Our NTA members who have chosen to stay in this district for many years, did so for a lot of reasons. And so trying to pin down just one reason, I'll tell you, for a long time, it wasn't just about salary, about money. But unfortunately, now, for some of our NTA members, it is. And if not now, it soon will be. Hearing the word budget deficit year after year, when it comes to talking about negotiations and salary increases, but now what's included with that is the working conditions. You know, resources like graphics, school site funds, allocations, and supplemental teaching material, all of that's been cut. So getting a guest teacher or a sub to cover classes, it's non-existent anymore. So now it's working conditions and salary. Everybody in this room and throughout NUSD, they're worried and they're upset about the impacts that it's going to have, these budget reductions again are going to have on their jobs, their livelihood, and most importantly, the negative impact that it will continue to have on the education that we offer these kids. You know, I think we can all agree that we place too much trust in our prior leadership, our prior school board, or our prior executive cabinet. Too much trust, and you know, and not scrutinizing the work that they did, and look at where we're at now. So here we are again. We continue to just talk about. All we do is talk. We don't do anything, and we're losing good teachers because we just talk about it. So, you know, let me just say, you know, instead of talking about the same things that we talked about 5 years ago, 10, even 15 years ago, talking about the same things, you know, well, let me just say, you know, to get different results, you have to do something different. Be the board that does something different. Stop talking about retaining and attracting and retaining teachers, and do something that will actually make that happen. I mean, for example, in 2022 and 2023, we had 296 NTA members, and 75 of those teachers had 1 to 5 years of teaching experience. Okay, now in 24-25, we have 246 NTA members, and 106 of those teachers have 1 to 5 years teaching experience. So attracting and retaining teachers, it's going to take doing something different. So, thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Villa. CSEA?
Good evening, guys. Board members, executive cabinet, community members. All right, let's As I stand before you tonight, I was hoping there'd be a different outcome regarding the CSEA layoffs, classified layoffs. After many of our members that have come forward in the past board meetings expressing to all of you what these layoffs will mean in reducing services to students and to the district, we find that there are many classified employees on this list of reductions. Are these reductions actually necessary? Are these reductions going to right-size the budget and make a difference? The cost of the 1% of the CSEA bargaining unit is less than the $120,000. CSEA members are underpaid, undervalued, and disrespected. None of the proposed reduction plans have been bargained yet with CSEA formally in negotiations. CSEA is having a hard time believing that these cuts are necessary. How are these reductions due to a lack of work or a lack of funds? Board members, I ask you to think before you approve these reductions tonight. The district will then come back and propose new positions and state that these new positions are needed after the district just made cuts supposedly due to the lack of work and lack of funds. I hope you remember administration's claims tonight when they bring forward new positions in the future. If the district is making cuts, why are we hiring management substitutes for BGI and district office at the same time? I know that hiring a permanent classified employee versus a management substitute would save the district money. Filling the business office vacancy instead of hiring a sub would also result in saving money. What is the classified management sub's function? Why are we hiring classified substitute aides instead of posting for and hiring them to the permanent positions? The district needs aides and should start hiring them immediately instead of contracting out. That would be one step in the right direction to save this district money. Why hasn't the search for the permanent superintendent begun? One day there's an urgency to hire someone, and then a few weeks later, indecision about the hiring process and then time frame. What is the board waiting for? Have you already made your decisions? Or are you stringing the staff, students, and community along to make us believe that you're looking for the best fit for NUSD? It would be a real shame if there's a rushed decision to hire someone at an alarming rate of pay after all. CSEA strongly discourages the Board of Education from approving the proposed classified layoffs. CSEA is the glue keeping this district together and the missing piece of the puzzle. The board should take a hard look at these cuts and hold the line by saying enough is enough and stop these reductions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Huffer. Numa?
Good evening, President Jones, Board of Trustees, and Executive Cabinet members. My name is Christy Palomino, President of NUMA. Thank you for having me this evening. NUMA stands in solidarity with our labor partners, CSEA and NTA, in support of them, as we know this is a tough time for our Newark community. On behalf of NUMA, we would like to address some of our members' concerns around communication from the district. Here are 4 examples. Number 1, last-minute changes to schedules. Several members have expressed frustration with last-minute cancellations and schedule changes. While we understand that unforeseen circumstances may arise, it would greatly benefit everyone if these changes could be communicated as early as possible. This will allow our members to plan accordingly and avoid any disruption to their commitments and serving their community. Number 2, planning and agenda management. There have been instances where meeting agenda slide decks have not been shared in a timely manner or where the planned agenda was not followed during meetings. This can lead to confusion and unproductive discussions. We kindly request that agendas, slide decks be created and distributed in advance of each meeting, and that efforts are made to stick to the planned agenda to ensure focused and efficient discussions in order to serve our community. This allows us to inform our fellow colleagues if they are unable to attend these important meetings. Number 3, interdepartmental communication. There have been instances where members feel that critical information is not being shared between departments in a timely and efficient manner. This lack of coordination often leads to confusion, delays, and inefficiencies in our work. We believe that establishing clear channels for interdepartmental communication and ensuring that all relevant parties are kept informed will help streamline processes and avoid misunderstandings. Number 4, budgeting process clarity. Several members have expressed difficulty in understanding the budgeting process, especially when it comes to how decisions are made and how information is communicated. We believe that providing clearer explanations of budget allocations, including budget strings and decision-making criteria, would help improve transparency and allow our members to better plan and allocate resources on their end to support our students. We believe that addressing these issues will significantly improve communication and collaboration between NUMA members and the district, ultimately ensuring that we can continue to work effectively together for all of our NUSD students. The Newark community is looking at our school district to ensure the right decisions for our students and staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Palomino. Okay, moving on to public comment. We have one for 8.1 non-agenda items. Before we get to that, I would like to ask the board and staff if we can extend the meeting, don't shoot me, until midnight. I hope that it's over before that. At least I didn't say 1 a.m. Got to give me that. So can I have a motion and a second, please? I know nobody wants to do
I'm always happy to make those motions.
All right. Member Hill motions and
I second.
Member Aguado seconds. And could we have a roll cap, please?
Student Board Member Lee?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Aguiano?
Yes.
Member Block?
Yes.
Vice President Thomas?
Yes.
President Jones?
Yes.
6 ayes.
All right, motion carries. We will extend until midnight. Okay, 8.1 Zola Riviera.
Hello, good evening. I come here in behalf of the Spanish parents, okay? And they asking me to, how come you guys don't translate all these documents, especially at this moment that they're important papers? I've been translating for them, and sometimes it's kind of hard because the documents are protected, you know, passwords and everything. So I do it word by word. It takes a long time. I think it's unfair that you guys are not translating for the parents because it's an important documents, it's an important decision you guys are making. And you guys are not translating at all. I think it's unfair. And you guys are putting excuses because a lot of times I be emailing you guys sometimes too. The volunteering because I know we don't have no money, but there are a lot of parents that they will help you guys. So stop putting excuses, please, and let the parents know what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we ask a quick question about what it would take in order to make that a regular part of the process for attachments?
I'd probably have to get back with you and let you know what the assessment on that is. We don't have translators right here directly all the time on staff. We've got limited abilities to be able to do that, and we do try to do the most pertinent documents, I do know. Board documents are typically, have not been done here traditionally, and I'm not sure there's other support systems that we might have that might be able to translate it in some other ways, like if we put it to like a Google Translate or something. So I have to do some checking on that.
Yeah, I'd be curious about the use of AI for things like that as well, potentially.
Okay, thank you. 10.1, Cindy Parks. Okay. 10.2, you want to wait for that one too? All right. Sherry Garcia, 10.2.
Good evening. I'm the school counselor at Bridgepoint and Crossroads High School, and I'm here again to ask you to reconsider your proposal to relocate the Continuation High School to Newark Memorial. Remaining at its independent campus and not being moved back to Memorial is crucial to our students' success. At the last board meeting, it was disclosed that should Bridgepoint relocate back to Memorial, the alt-ed counselor position would be eliminated. And it was suggested that our Bridgepoint and Crossroads students could be absorbed by the Memorial counselors because it was only 82 students. May I remind you that these only 82 students are only 82 of the district students with the greatest needs, and only 82 of the students who had previously been at Memorial and were unsuccessful, which is how they ended up at Bridgepoint or Crossroads in the first place. According to the American School Counseling Association, the recommended student-to-counselor ratio for high school counselors is 250 to 1, with the national average being above that at 376 to 1. However, the 3 Memorial counselors have caseloads with an average of 454 to 1, yet you want to increase their caseloads even more, which would bring them to nearly 500 each. Something else that needs to be taken into consideration is that Bridgepoint and Crossroads are on a quarter system, and students receive variable credit, while Memorial is on a semester system. This means each quarter we have students who have completed a course and then need to be moved into another class to complete grad requirements. This requires daily review of students' credits, student progress, and numerous conversations with students, families, and teachers to ensure our students are working towards credit recovery. How do you expect the Memorial counselors to be able to dedicate the amount of time required to effectively support our continuation high school students and support their already large caseloads of Memorial students? The answer is it's not possible. Students will inevitably slip through the cracks and fall behind. And I fear that those students will very likely be the same ones who were already credit deficient, our Bridgepoint students. This is at no fault of the counselors, as they simply will not have the time needed to adequately support all of the students. Finally, it was implied that eliminating the counselor position at Bridgepoint would save the district money. This is not true. The counselor position at Bridgepoint is funded completely through the CSI grant. This grant is renewed every 3 years and can only be used at an alt-ed school, meaning should you cut the alt-ed counselor position, this would have zero impact on the budget, as this salary is not paid through the district. Please consider all of the facts before cutting positions that directly impact our student success. Please do what's in the best interest of our students and keep Bridgepoint's Crossroads at its current site and continue to provide them with a counselor who's dedicated to only supporting their needs. Our students deserve this.
Just before you leave, if you could, thank you for those comments. I just want to acknowledge that Bridgepoint transition has been moved off the agenda and is no longer under consideration, nor is that counselor because of the special funding. So there may be further investigation over the next year to look and have further discussion with staff and students, but for next year, we're staying status quo. Thank you.
Contreras? Last name Contreras? Budget reduction, I can't read the signature of the name, I'm sorry. Angel, maybe? Okay, all right, thank you. All right, Sophia Cruz? Oh, that was the student. Okay, thank you. We did get her message, though, because Member Joy helped us out with that. Fabio La Cruz? Is that another student? Is that, okay. All right. Let's see, Raymond Nevizada? All right, we're just gonna, thank you. Angad Singh, And, all right, moving on to 11.4, which is classified layoffs. Maria Diaz-Mendola? I'm sorry, you'd like to speak before? Okay, thank you. Andrew, is it Herrera? Classified? Okay. And the last one is Cari Sanchez Para to speak. Do you want to speak now on or 11.4? I will take that as a yes.
Good evening, Board. It's late. If you want engagement from the community and from your employees, I suggest you not have study sessions and then open up your open session at 9:15. It's really ridiculous to expect this. So I'm here to discuss the classified layoffs. I'm the CSEA Labor Relations Rep. I've sent numerous correspondence to this district, to the superintendent and administration, discussing the numerous violations of Ed Code and Government Code regarding good labor relations, bad faith bargaining concerns, and now I'm here before you to say that the district again has broached some of those laws by direct dealing with some of our members, trying to negotiate layoffs and impacts and effects. CSEA has a negotiation team, but we have trouble getting your negotiation team to the table. They keep canceling negotiation dates. That's bad faith bargaining. They direct deal with our people. That is also bad faith bargaining. We want this to stop. We've sent cease and desist letters, and we have sent demands to bargain. So we need you as the administration of this district to direct staff to stop engaging in bad faith bargaining with our folks and to come to the table and do it the right way. We're tired of the disrespect. We will not tolerate it, and we will enforce the law and our members' rights to the fullest. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on to superintendent's report.
Thank you. So I recognize that many of the decisions being made here this evening are very, very difficult. They don't come easy for us to make the recommendations. We also recognize that they come with people in many of the positions that we're making some of the decisions on. There are a few things that, after listening to the community at the last meeting, we've gone back. We would like to be able to take the Bridgepoint program right now off the table for further exploration for next year. Take a look at what we can do and also be able to work with the staff as we talk about what we can do to help support the programs, ensure that they continue to be able to help support our children, and then also to make sure that the other programs that are there on the site actually have either new homes for the future, and that we've just spent a little bit more time really kind of working through it. I will say that the budgets around the Bridgepoint program were a most interesting conversation as to how some of them were funded, and many of them were quite a bit of a surprise to us as we learned that some of them were actually grant funded, and the type of grants they were and whether or not those grants were being reallocated again for this coming year. Some of them we're still waiting to hear about inside the May revise, but we know that they were actually in trailer bill language. So we would like to be able to take that item off the agenda for future discussion for this year. Also like to be able to extend a heartfelt congratulations to Mateo Ariano. He's a student over at Newark Newark Middle School, and he has been selected to be on a national team that will be playing soccer, which is over in Scotland, which is really exciting. So it's one of our own students. His name is Mateo Ariano, and so he will be, you know who that is? So very exciting for him. What a wonderful opportunity. And in addition to that, one of his teammates is actually one of our
employees, Han Feng. It's her son, who Otto will also be joining on that team as well. And so pretty exciting that, two students, representing our area here in California.
Student's name?
The two students are Mateo Ariana and Otto Feng. And it's really exciting. So I hope that we maybe have Mateo come to a future board meeting, maybe to share, what his experience was with travel.
Yes. Congratulations, Mateo and Otto. I'll see you guys on the soccer field.
Oh. And then lastly, again, I appreciate the comments that have come forward. We truly do listen to what is shared with us. We try to go back and navigate and try to look at ways that we can bring your ideas forward to be able to help and support the district. It's been a very difficult year with trying to make sure that the district budget was not in the same structural deficit that it was a year ago. We've done a great job. That was not done by just one or two people. It was done by the entire district. And it takes a lot of work to be able to do that. And I do know that we are looking forward to being at the negotiation table. I believe it's on the 25th with CSEA. And so thank you for your comments. That really concludes my comments here this evening.
Okay. Thank you so much. Right, we are moving on to 10.1 and the LCAP. We have one speaker for this, Cindy Parks.
I'm hoping during the presentation that there will be some clarity regarding item 1.3, which is the DLI program. The program was suspended, as you all know, before this school year started. There was $1.2 million in the LCAP that was allotted for that program. And with the program being paused, that I honestly thought at the time that money could have been utilized for intervention. There were many parents at the Schilling meeting before that was held in the library, when the parents were informed that the program was on pause, that spoke about their disappointment in that and that their children were behind. And that they had thought that because you're trying to learn two languages, you're young, and they were behind. And so I had hoped and advocated at that meeting afterwards for perhaps some types of intervention. Was very disappointed to hear that the district continued to pay 9 of the Schilling teachers out of this pot of money instead of having it revert back to the general fund, since they were not a DLI program anymore. And I don't understand how this, in this plan, it says that it's been partially implemented, since it wasn't implemented. So again, it's the integrity of the document. And I'd also hope that an explanation would be provided. I know it's also in the budget, which if I don't get clarification here, I'll ask it under that topic. It says LCAP carryover $658,829. I'd like clarity on that also, please. So again, the $1.2 million being saying that it's partially implemented in the LCAP update, and that $658,000 deficit that they're showing, if we could get, because it's showing negative. So if I get clarity on that, thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's all yours, Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Board of Trustees, for the opportunity to share a mid-year LCAP update with you this evening. Before I start, I want to publicly thank LCAP committee members who are passionate and dedicated. I always appreciate their questions, comments, and suggestions. LEAs are required to provide a mid-year LCAP presentation to the board at a regularly scheduled board meeting each year on or before February 28th. In tonight's presentation, I will be including the requirements for presenting a mid-year update, which includes a report regarding the matrix, actions, expenditures, and mid-year progress. There are 4 key areas that guide our work in the current LCAP, indicating student outcomes, strategic goals. Go back one, please. No, you're going forward. Nope. Thank you. There are 4 key areas that guide our work in the current LCAP, including student outcomes, strategic goals, and ongoing consultation and comments from LCAP committee members. When NUSD adopted the LCAP and budget on June 25th, 2024, the state budget was not adopted by the legislature. The adopted state budget impacted the amount of funding that the district received as indicated on the mid-year update column. These are the required components for tonight's presentation. Our current 3-year LCAP has 41 metric outcomes. I will be sharing metric highlights for each goal. I have included a link at the bottom of slides to our mid-year LCAP monitoring report where parents and community can view all baseline and mid-year data. I am using colors to denote the status of our metrics data. Red means the outcome of the metric is known. Blue indicates that a metric is in progress. And for the mid-year report, we do not have finalized data to share. And green indicates that a metric is known. We have current data to indicate our progress. I am also using colors to denote the status of our expenditures and the implementation of them. The color red will indicate that an outcome is planned or not implemented. The color blue will indicate an expenditure is partially implemented. And the color green will indicate an expenditure has been fully implemented. The intent of Goal 1 is to provide equitable, challenging, and engaging instructional settings, incorporating a multi-tiered system for English learners to promote academic success for all students. Metric 1.1 and 1.2 focus on student outcomes in math. In the 23-24 school year, 36% of all students in grades 3, 8, and 11 were on grade level in math, as indicated on the annual Smarter Ballast assessment. As a district, we use iReady to measure K-8 student performance throughout the school year. The last iReady assessment was administered in October to students in grades 1 through 8. And overall, students were at 33% on grade level in math at that time. Currently, kindergarten students are taking their first iReady assessment, and students in grades 1 through 8 are or will be taking their third. Initial results are indicating a strong percentage of students showing significant growth. Metrics 1.3 and 1.4 focus on student outcomes in English language arts. In the 23-24 school year, 44% of students in grades 3 through 8 and 11 were on grade level in reading on the annual Smarter Balanced assessment. When 1st through 8th graders took their iReady October diagnostic, 39% were on grade level already. This year, we set the expectations for students to use iReady reading personalized instructions 30 to 50 minutes a week, and we have consistently monitored this usage. Initial data is indicating a high percentage of students have significantly improved their iReady reading scores from the beginning of the school year. Next slide. Thank you. This year, we have also had a strong focus on outcomes for our multilingual students. Currently, we have 986 multilingual learners, and 7%, approximately 68 students, are on grade level. We have a big campaign to reclassify every student who qualifies and for English learners to move 1 or more levels on the annual LPAC assessment. Last year, we reclassified 120 students. I am hopeful we will have a much higher number this school year. A requirement for the mid-year LCAP presentation is to publicly share all expenditures for each action item as well as our implementation progress. On the column titled Budgeted Expenditures, I have indicated the allocated funding for each action item, and the fourth column shares our year-to-date expenditures. I would like to focus on action 1.3, dual language immersion. This action on the LCAP indicates program and salary for teachers to meet the needs of dual language immersion program for grades K through 4. The intent of this action is to increase outcomes for unduplicated students and multilingual learners in the summit of LPAC, SBAC Math, and SBAC English Language Arts. While we are unable to fully staff a DLA program due to the lack of B-clad teachers across the state, the teachers whose salary is being paid from the LCAP are teaching 279 unduplicated students, and they are incorporating many of the guided principles as cited in the English Learner Roadmap. This includes a Common Core aligned curriculum, integrated and designated English language development strategies, and formative and summative assessments to guide and monitor student progress. The LCAP Advisory Committee is aware of this information, and the committee will continue to have conversations and recommendations. For the remaining actions for LCAP Goal 1, we are implementing as planned. There are some year-to-date expenditures that we will further explore as funding has not been spent at the pace we would expect. I would like to note that 1.13 is fully implemented, as the intent of this action was to refresh teacher devices. We can now start looking at the remaining funds for student devices. LCAP 2 centers around a welcoming and inclusive environment for all parents, families, and community as partner in the education and support of all students' success in school. Overall, we are making progress towards our desired graduation rate outcome of 99%. The California dashboard indicates while our percentage of English learners graduating decreased, other student groups are making progress. We have been consistently monitoring our chronic absenteeism data this year. Our Pupil Services Department and Parent Engagement and Health Services Manager have been working closely with principals, office staff, counselors, cost teams, and families to increase the number of students attending school. We are optimistic that the percentage of students chronically absent, according to the California dashboard, will decrease when made public in December of 2025. This year, we are carefully monitoring the number of suspensions district-wide. In 2023-2024 school year, we had a total of 414 suspensions. As of January 31st this year, we were at 120. Ideally, we would like our suspension rate to be 0 or less than 1% for all student groups. Our average daily attendance at the end of 2024 was 92.6%. As of the last reporting period, our ADA reporting to date was 94.15%, showing that we are making progress towards our desired outcome of 95%. For Action 2.1, we have exceeded our initial funding. We had carryover funds from our previous LCAP, and we used some of this funding for our oral and written translation services to continue. For Action 2.3, we have already had 8 nutrition classes, numerous book club discussions, parent cafes, and coffees with principals. The year-to-date expenditure is 0, as we are expecting our invoice from CABE. For Action 2.4, we are working closely with our principals to ensure a welcoming and inclusive environment using their SIPSA funds. Goal 3 has a strong focus on learning conditions and the need to create safe learning environments to enrich the social, emotional, and physical health of students. 2 of the metrics in this goal focus on the results from the annual California Healthy Kids Survey. As of last year, a significant number of students did not feel connected to school, academically motivated, safe, or believed they did not have adults on campus who cared about them. We are working hard this year to change these results, as we know the importance of building relationships and having connections with students is important in and outside the classroom. These 3 metrics refer to progress for our high school students. Here we see significant growth in our CTE pathway completion and we have met or exceeded our goal for all student groups with the exception of English learners and students with disabilities. For the AP exam rate, all unduplicated student groups, except for English learners and students with disabilities, have met or exceeded the desired outcome, while the overall outcome decreased from the baseline data. The percentage of students completing A through G requirements declined in 2024, according to the California dashboard. Overall, the actions intended to meet Goal 3 are in the process or being implemented with the support of school site administrators. We are looking forward to a meaningful ceremony to recognize our students receiving the state seal of biliteracy and all students who have reclassified as fluent English proficient later in the year. The inclusion of an equity multiplier goal is determined by a statewide identifier which shows the overall turnover in enrollment. Any school with a non-stability rate greater than 25% turnover in student enrollment and prior year socially economically disadvantaged pupil rates greater than 70% qualify for this funding. This funding is not included in the LCAP supplemental funding. Multiplier funding is required to be used to provide evidence-based services and supports for students at these school sites. LEAs are also required to document the efforts to improve student outcomes for students at the school sites, beginning with the 24-25 LCAP. Bridgepoint meets this criteria, and this goal was developed in collaboration with school site educational partners. Based on the California dashboard and educator partner feedback, last spring it was determined to focus on the reduction of suspensions and to support students as they prepare for college years and/or careers. I would like to highlight metric 4.1, as a high percentage of students were previously being suspended at Bridgepoint. With the publication of the California dashboard in December 2024, 20% of students were suspended at least one day last year. This school year, from August to January 31st, Bridgepoint has only had 3 suspensions, and I want to acknowledge the hard work of the principal and staff to drastically change this percentage. For metrics 4.2 and 4.3, the most recent data was from May 2024. We will have more information in June to share. Goal 4 has one action item. A homeschool community liaison was hired in late fall, and the budgeted expenditures and year-to-date expenditures are noted. This year, we have one-year motto, Believe, and our LCAP metrics, goals, actions, expenditures, and implementations indicate that we are progressing toward our desired outcomes. In reflection, we have a lot to be proud of, and I want to recognize the certificated and classified staff who are working hard every day to make these changes. We also still have work to do, as I believe that all students can and will achieve at high levels. I know we continue to increase student outcomes district-wide. This is because we are committed to implementing our LCAP, providing the necessary services to all students, and preparing them to be successful now and in the future. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Any questions, comments? Yeah, we already had. Cindy, she already did it. Member Hill.
Thank you, Ms. Allard, for the presentation and your continued focus on data. Which is great. Three kind of comments and one question. So regarding DLI, I understand your point that although we have terminated the program, but that the teachers that are being funded through that allocation are still using some of the techniques to help English learners. I think that's what I heard. And that's sort of almost kind of a best practice and an expectation of teachers these days, right? That we're actually trained in, dealing with multilingual populations and how to reach every learner. My suggestion is just that maybe, and it sounds like you're talking about at the last part of your presentation, that maybe we come up with a new name for that, just because it's confusing. So that was one comment. The second comment was regarding suspensions. I would, me personally, and I think we talked about it in our board goals, that we would like to see some more granular kind of reporting around safety issues at the schools. And the reason why is that, and this is maybe not a perfect analogy, but recently you've seen a lot of leaders in cities talk about how crime is down. But when you talk to the average person that lives in the cities, oftentimes they still feel unsafe, and a lot of people are believing that the statistics are down because people have given up and they've stopped reporting. And so, so I think that the key is to maybe understand what are the potential categories that would merit a suspension, and maybe we track those because that would maybe give us, confidence. And I'm not saying that we're not making progress. I have no idea. I just think it would be helpful to have more granular information. And then the last comment was, I did notice, and again, it's wonderful that you have data because we haven't had this for so long, and that we're honest in our data. But it did notice that in a few different categories that we are seeing declines from our baseline to kind of mid this year, and just curious about what you think might be going on, or and I know that that's probably a broad question, and there could be multivariate depending on which category, but just kind of your sense maybe of, is this maybe anticipated, or are there some things that we're seeing emerge that we now need to address? So kind of an open-ended question.
I think it's just continuing to focus on students whose results have declined since the baseline. It is mostly our English learners, multilingual learners, and our students with disabilities, and to continue to ask the why behind that, and then to set the action plan for it.
Great, thank you.
Can I just add to one more comment to what you just said, Member Hill? So, in regards to the DLI and the 9 teachers that were actually embedded inside there, so it's actually salary, right? So really, that salary really needs to be moved back into general fund. It's probably really where it belonged to begin with. And there actually would not have been enough allocation to have covered actually the DLI program based on how it was actually still funded. Like, it needed to have more funding infused into it to be able to, for it to really work, quite frankly. And at some point, we would have realized that there was a deficit in how we were doing our spending if we had not done something different with the DLI program. So, but I think as far as looking at the strategies and making sure that those are staying on task, I think for, not only for Schilling, but I think for many of our schools that have English language learners, we're going to COBE. We're going to be looking at COBE, what we can do together to be able to look at strategies and be able to bring those back for some best practices across the board. And I think you'll also see some coming up, I think in March, we're hoping to share with you some additional data with regards to iReady and how students are actually doing.
And I think that the key here, right, is that we are committed that every child succeed, right? No matter what, no matter where they're coming from, what particular challenges they face, and certainly from an English language learner perspective, and we have a lot of English language learners in our district, that this is a prime priority. And I think that although we're not pursuing DLI for a number of reasons, and some of it, as you said, is that there are some structural impediments, for example, the challenge with BCLAD teachers, et cetera. But that doesn't eliminate our commitment to helping kids with English language acquisition, right? I'm just suggesting that maybe we look at a different descriptor because it may be confusing to some.
Yeah, I understand.
I do just want to recognize too that the third iReady diagnostic assessment ends on Friday. And with most teachers being done, the results at Schilling are very exciting. So I will be excited to share that information with all of you.
Excellent.
Anyone else from?
Yeah, I had some questions.
Okay.
Yeah, first of all, thank you again for the very thorough presentation. I learned a lot by reading through it. Do you mind if we go back to like a few of the specific slides, starting with 1.1 and 1.2? So one thing that I was curious about was the reasoning behind the, when we look at like 1.2, for example, so we're comparing the baseline of a spring iReady assessment to then a mid-year of the fall. And so it seems like when we're having that kind of comparison, it's natural there's going to be a decline because the fall assessment is before students have had the grade, and yet the level has been raised by a full 1. And so I wonder, like, if going forward, if like, is there a way to do more of an apples to apples comparison of like fall 23 to fall 24, or you know, winter 23 to winter 24? Because otherwise it's difficult to tell to what extent the decline is to be expected because they're kids at the start of the grade level, and to what extent it's like, actually, no, we need to be concerned about something that's happening. I guess, like, how can we make that comparison, and how do we know what to compare when it's spring data versus fall data?
Yeah, I brought that information up myself as I wasn't part of the initial LCAP spring planning or whatever, but it does make sense to have one that is more fall towards, so we can just see what happens within a school year. Agreed.
Cool. Thank you. I was also curious on the for the English learner progress on 1.5 and 1.6, if it would be possible, like next year, for example, to include the data not only on reclassification, but also on the percentage of students who advanced at least one level, like from level 1 to level 2, or too low to too high, like the way they measured on dashboard, so that we can get like a little bit more granular info there. Because like going from a level 1 to reclassified in a year is like probably not realistic, but it would be helpful to just get a greater understanding of like the percentage of kids that are advancing at least from one level to the next within each school year.
It's not actually part of one of the 41 metrics, but I can include that and interweave it into my presentation.
Okay, thank you. And then the final thing I just was curious about was related to the homeschool liaison, and just more of an idea. So one thing that I had talked about with the high school counselors back in the fall was they felt that community outreach to families for whom English was not their first language was really facilitated by robocalls, which evidently used to exist but have been phased out over time. I was wondering if that's something that the homeschool liaison could possibly like look into bringing back, as it seems like it was something that was really popular among community members and that the counselors found helpful.
Yeah, I think we can take a look into that and give you some answers. I just don't have anything off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
For sure, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the slide presentation. I have a question on LCAP Goal 3, A through G requirements. They are both from CDE, but one is 23-24 baseline and one is 24-25 mid-year. And this seems to be one that should be published at a point in time. So does that mean that we've gone from 43.2% of our A through G requirements met to 31.1%?
As of the December 24 dashboard release, yes. So, but I'm also hearing what Austin is saying about is how can you change this metric or this baseline so it might make more clarity and sense, and I can bring that to the LCAP committee as well.
But I mean, isn't that data released once a year? So this should be, no?
This data was released in December 2024. So
And
I
the
wouldn't
23
have-
data was released when?
It should have been December 2023.
So that means we've gone from 43.2% down to 31.1% of our students meeting A through. How can that be? That's a huge change, and it's really based on 4 years worth of work of students. So it pertains to our graduates, I guess, huh?
I would think so, and I think that we need to also just take a look at A through G at Bridgepoint as well.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think we need to take a real deep look at how many, that's our default curriculum is A through G, and if we have that few students graduating, ready to go to a CSU or UC, that's concerning.
I can dive deeper into that for you.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you so much for the presentation. It was really helpful. And I definitely am interested in what's going on with the A to G as well. All right. Yeah.
Thank you. I just want to thank Karen and her team, and I want to thank the LCAP committee for spending time in reviewing this as we move forward in the next LCAP. There was a question that did come up with regards to the negative. Did we get that question answered for you, Mrs. Parks? I'm not so sure. Mrs. Parks? I'm sorry, were we able to get that question in? Did we get your question? It's okay. I think I can share with you why there's such a discrepancy there. So part of the LCAP budget was looking at what our unduplicated count was on students. And we actually had a lesser number that came in than what we initially had hoped to have. And so I think that's where that number comes from. Let me just go back to and verify that for you. No, it's not a mistake. I think it's, you know, it's what the goal was.
Okay. Let's move on to 10.2, budget reduction plan. Ms. Parks, you have a public comment?
Good evening. Viewing these budget reduction presentations has been a struggle. At least this one has fewer slides containing deceptive information. As I explained to the superintendent on January 22nd, the $13.2 million identified as fund commitments on slide 5 of this presentation originated from a March 2021 board resolution. The resolution's purpose was to build district reserves to a 17% total expenditures for economic uncertainty. The influx of COVID funds helped reach this target quickly, but starting with the 22-23 budget, a 10% cap on reserves was implemented by the state. In June 2022, a board resolution set aside $5.8 million as committed funds under contrived projects to hide surplus, I say in plain sight. Of the current $13.2 million, this board allocated $7.9 million to category MYP savings 25-26 and 26-27 at your last meeting. This amount was from the 24-25 original budget for potential 26-27 shortfall. Yet your first interim report showed the 24-25 ending fund balance that was supposed to be $12,691,380 ballooned to an estimated $19,055,128, a $6.3 million increase. Besides this estimated increase, how much more will the fallout be when your unaudited actuals come out in September? I hope during this presentation this evening, there's an explanation for another item on slide 5. Thank you for the LCAP. But the reason for the 2.4 reserve for economic uncertainty is shown as a deficit, especially given the ending fund balance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Parks. Okay, I will turn it over to Superintendent.
Thank you. At this time, Assistant Superintendent Quintana is going to present a few of our budget slides and try to respond to some of the questions that came up in our last meeting.
Good evening, board members, superintendent, cabinet, and community here at Newark. We are going to go over our revised balanced budget reduction recommendations for approval that were revised for this particular presentation here tonight. Next slide. We're going to quickly go into just our budget reduction timeline, what we've gone through January 21st, where we presented the proposed reductions in force and no action was taken. And February 4th, our staff, we presented to the board resolutions for reduction in force once again and restructure. And tonight we're here for recommendations for board resolutions and for reduction in force and in restructuring. March 4th is when I'll present the second interim here to the board. And February 19th through the March 15th, the notifications delivered to employees. Next slide, please. I'd like to go over revenues and expenditures, basically our operating expenditures, if you will, what it takes to run this district here, all our income and expenses. And in this breakdown, we have our unrestricted and restricted, two different categories, our revenues detailing there of 61.5 million, expenditures at 49.2, giving us an end balance of 12.2. But fund contributions were given over to the restricted of $15 million, which gave us a shortage of $3.3 million. And these fund contributions were, in essence, for restricted programs and services and personnel. And most of these are restricted in nature of special ed and as well as routine maintenance that are basically giving you the preventative maintenance for upkeep of facilities throughout the sites. So this gave us a total fund shortage of $5.1 million. And going into the next year, we see that the total fund increases to $8.9 million. It's important to keep just a focus on that shortage there. Next slide, please. So that's our operating income and expenses. We're now moving into the reserves. These reserves here for economic uncertainties are what the CDE mandates that we keep that percentage there. We do have an ending fund balance of $2.5 million and that special reserve fund 17 of $2.4 million. This special reserve fund is something that, once again, it was established back in 2020, and monies were pretty much identified for the sale of one particular property, a Russian property. And when I say established, basically there's an influx of monies for that year. This has been in the books for, multiple years beyond that. We've looked at 12, 13 years back, and this is something that special reserve is something that typically there needs to be a circumstance where there's a board action that takes place before any monies are touched there and put into the general fund or other funds that can be used. Our next slide, into our ending fund balance here. This is where we have the fund balance reserves of 22.4 of unrestricted and $11 million of restricted, a total fund of $33 million. This is where I ask that you would pay special attention to the shortages of 3.398 and the 1.7, and giving us that $5.1 million shortage, because that gives us a true picture of the ending balance reserve. $19 million in unrestricted, $9.6 million in restricted, and $28 million total funds. And this is where the fund commitments play in the unrestricted here, where monies have been earmarked for future years. The board has made excellent decisions in being conservative and putting these funds that are committed for, once again, MYP, facilities, technology, furniture, supplies, and giving us that, once again, that LCAP carryover in there, $658,000, as was discussed earlier. This is basically from that UPP. We don't have it going into the next fiscal year, so that's why we don't see it on the next category there for the next year. We also, once again, come see that number again, that reserve for economic uncertainties, that reserve, giving us an ending balance of $2.5 million in our total fund unrestricted and total fund restricted dollars here. I want you to look at 25, 26 here. That doesn't quite reflect the same. Once again, this is a forecast of what we're seeing into the next year. Fund commitments have a different number on there. Once again, these are assumptions. These are still numbers that we do have of $13.2 million. But if you look at the ending balance there, if we are currently looking at utilizing some of these funds, so that's something that would be in discussion for future board meetings. We have an ending fund balance here that are projected at $600,000. But if we go to the next slide, you would see that into the third year, it's a much less number. There are $51,440. The next slide will give us a total recommendation with board resolution at $5,048,976. That would then bring us into our general fund reduction recommendations. Any questions?
Member Thomas?
Yeah, I noticed the total recommendation. I noticed the total recommendation with board resolutions is primarily salaries.
That's correct, madam.
Usually when we do budget reductions, we try to look at our other areas, books and supplies and services and other operating. Are we not targeting any reductions in those areas?
We are. Absolutely.
So are they reflected anywhere here in the recommendations?
Well, we don't need resolutions for supplies and services, operating all of those services. We are, those are RFPs that are going on out there within the administration's ability to do so and reduce those operating expenses. Once again, those services, we've looked at technology. Once again, one example I gave as far as hotspots no longer being used, some AT&T services. We just, matter of fact, today I received a $140,000 credit for some services. So those don't really take resolutions, just looking and through a fine-tooth comb all of these services and operating expenses and how we can actually cut back on some of these costs.
So really, we would hope that that $5 million is just part of what we will be seeing, because there are cuts that aren't reflected in these other areas.
That's correct. And Mr. Williams will go into this as far as what's really in that $5 million with vacant and unfilled positions and actual positions that are being affected.
Oh, I'm sorry. Member Hill.
Thank you, President Jones. Thank you, Mr. Quintana. So as I mentioned in the last meeting, these numbers still don't make sense to me. And the reason why they don't make sense to me is that I understand that our revenue is going down. And so that would then, if your revenue goes down, but your expenses stay the same, then you're going to have a deficit, right? So you're going to end up spending more than you plan, right? And we're talking about the structural deficit. But the part that I don't understand is that we've been talking about making cuts, and we claim that we made like $6 million in cuts last year. But when we look at our projections for 24-25 and 25-26, we don't see expenditures going down, we see them going up. And so what that means is that either the deficit is bigger than we're saying it is, or we have some, apparently we are cutting in some areas, but we are adding in other areas. And that's very problematic to me, because we should be looking at, well, if we're all of a sudden spending more, I mean, let's just think about it in terms of our own personal budget. If I know that my hours have been cut at work and my paycheck is going down, well, I'm going to have to cut expenses. And if all of a sudden, if I'm projecting that not only are my expenses not going down, but they're actually going up, so I've decided I'm going to go buy a new car, well, then we need to look at why are we buying the new car. And so these numbers don't really make sense to me. This is not, I think, really the place to go delve into it right now, because we have a very tactical, operational decision to make. But what I would like to suggest is that we go back to the presentation that we had from the last meeting, where we had the specific cuts, because I think that we need to understand, because there's a lot of moving parts around what exactly are we cutting now, and let's just make sure that we're all clear before we vote on resolutions. And so that's my recommendation, but I want to leave it to other board members if they have additional questions. But I don't feel comfortable voting for things until I understand exactly where we're cutting.
Any other questions, comments?
Let me see if I can provide some additional clarity. So I just want to make sure that the program cuts that were on there, I think still are underneath study. So like there was a page that had like all the program cuts. The action before you this evening is to take a look at staff reductions because we have a timeline of where we have to go off and make those decisions now before the March 15 timeline hits, and so that we can get notices out in a timely manner to staff. That's a requirement by the law. The other piece is we can still continue to sit there and study as we sit there and make those other decisions, and then your final decision on whether or not you continue with all the layoffs could be changed in May. You can rescind the motions, but you only have one timeline to be able to make sure that you give appropriate notices to staff. So the recommendations before you this evening are geared towards that. My hope is that we find other places that we can go off and do additional savings and some other kinds of things, but I think that's going to take time over the next couple of months for us to be able to get there as we go through some of those, because I think many of them are programs that are important to our students, are important to staff, important to the community, and they are difficult decisions that, ultimately we need to get to about, ideally, $6 million. But before you this evening, the majority of what we've done in staff reductions really has been through attrition for the majority of it. And really what's left is what's currently on for your consideration this evening with the resolutions. But I understand what you're saying. I get the fact that you still want to be able to go through the programs.
Well, so I mean, because the challenge, right, is that in the last presentation, we had a high-level view and we had a number, right? So it's okay, we're roughly cutting 5.1 million, and then you go in afterwards and you see the detail to how that number, when actually it was 5.8, right? So it was 5.8 million in the last presentation. Now we're saying in this presentation that it's 5.1, roughly, a little bit over 5 million. But so the question, the $1 million question is, well, okay, what went out and what's still in? And we don't have any detail here. And so, like, in good conscience, I can't vote for this until we understand. I need to be able to do apples to apples, and I think we can do it relatively quickly. We just need to understand what's still in and what's out. So can we just pull? I mean, I literally
Sure.
have that presentation pulled up right on,
I think we can actually go through those numbers relatively quickly as to what we did. Is we really were listening to you and to our community at the last meeting, and so we made some adjustments. The big one probably is the Bridge Point, which I believe is at 500.
500,000.
And then we've got a couple staff positions also that we have not put on the list.
2 custodians, we took from 4 to 2 as well.
Okay, so we took the custodians off.
2 of them out, we had 4 on there, we reduced it down to 2
Okay.
total.
We also took out 1 software support specialist instead of 2. So it's 1 IT tech and 1 software support specialist and not 2.
Okay.
Which would get you to your 5.1 million. And just to keep in mind, everyone, that 1.345 million has already been cut and reduced with open positions and certificated before we brought this resolution forward. We had the other costs that were built in with contracted employees, which was just under 1.1 million. So ultimately tonight, it's the remaining positions we have on, the teachers is 1.8 million. So your total tonight is about 2.6 million that you're voting on, and it's actually going to be new reductions based on reductions in force with people attached to it. And we've already done the director, for example. The director has been eliminated, which is 213,800 and some change. We've already made the action on reducing a principal to an assistant principal. And we also made the adoption of the resolution that already eliminated 1 full-time assistant principal, which came out to 434,000, which has already been done. So now you're just remaining as the approximately $1.8 million in certificated teachers. But remember, out of that 1.8 million, we've already had 8 that have either resigned or left and exited the district or will be at the end of the year. So the final notices is going to be under 6 that go out to certificated teachers. And then you have the 7.5 FTEs that are in classified that I'll be happy to go over each one of those. So we know there's a new one that was added on there that I'm going to go over that was an instructional aide that we found. That's an employee that's been working remotely from San Diego. for the last 4 years, getting paid $1,150 a month, which we met with her, talked to her, put that on the additional layoff spot. And I'll get into more details on those when we get to the classified resolution, if that helps
Okay,
out.
so
Yeah.
as we get into the resolutions, you're gonna give us
Yeah, we can
detail.
give you more detail. Absolutely, yeah. That's why we were gonna segue in from the reductions into the exact positions that are attached with money.
Okay.
Next.
Okay, any other questions?
No, I just wanted to mention, thank you for the clarification, that piece of revisiting some of the programs that we will, take a closer look at it. Thank you. And thank you for, Mr. Williams, for re-mentioning that.
And just to add to this, these numbers here are our first interim numbers that were presented back in December. These are not anything new that we've not looked at before.
Okay, we are moving on to 11.1, and Ms. Parks, public comment?
First of all, let me just say that I'm very in favor of this idea. I think it's a wonderful idea. It helps HR by getting these retirees notifying him early. But I respectfully request that if they're going to have these incentives, that they be done a little bit earlier. I think that at this point of the year, you already are dealing with layoffs. There are retirees out there that may be sitting on the fence and would be able to take advantage of this, a little bit of money in their pocket, knowing that they are probably going to retire, and maybe it'll lessen the number of layoffs that you're going to potentially do. So I would really respectfully request that you do this more in the December, January timeframe and start getting those retiree notifications earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, 11.1. Mr. Williams, is this your?
Thank you very much. First, want to present, as we know, it's a difficult time of what we're facing. And we were able to meet and confer with NTA to come up with a resolution to assist us in reducing the number of FTEs that we would have to recommend on the resolution tonight. I do also want to say thank you to Cindy for making that comment about doing it early, but I also want to add, remember, this is original notices by March 15th. We can rescind any notice up to May 15th as our final timeline. So we do have excess time. There's been a lot moving at one time with the first interim, getting everything aligned, but I do highly regard her comments. But as we're getting to this point, if we only have 6 out of the 14 remaining, I do feel with this incentive for retirees that we'll get some additional people. And what we're asking for tonight, there's 2 items that you actually have to vote on. First, the district and NTA met and agreed on an early retirement incentive program for certificated staff meeting eligibility criteria. If you look at the second page, it's your memorandum of understanding between Newark Unified School District and Newark Teachers Association, and it gives the criteria. For example, if anyone does submit a letter of resignation, retirement, and they're at least 55 years or older, they resign from the district and retire with CalSTRS no later than June 30th, 2025, and they submit to the district on or before 3 p.m. at May 1st, 2025, an irrevocable written notice of resignation or retirement from district employment within an effective retirement date on or before June 30th, they would get an incentive. If they notified us by March 1st, they would receive a $2,000 one-time bonus. If it's a full-time FTE, if it's a half-time FTE, then that would be pro rata of half of that, right, based on the FTE. Secondly, if they turn it in by April 1st, 2025, a $1,500 one-time payment. Again, if they're a 0.5 FTE, I just want to recognize this, then they would be paid $750 because it's half of one full-time FTE equivalent. And then the last one's by May 1st, 2025, which is $1,000, which is a one-time payment as well. And again, if it was a half-time FTE, it would be $500. I will say the good news is where we're at right now with a number of people that have either submitted resignations. So we've had retirement for a school psychologist, which then removed that off the list. We had one additional school psychologist that was a contracted employee, which we're going to eliminate that contract, which was the baseline of that. still providing the additional services. The list that we have here gives you the 14 plus the 3 administrators that you've already taken action on. But we want to formally eliminate those positions so it's on the record and it's very transparent. In addition to that, remember, we did have 4 temporary teachers that were eliminated earlier this evening through the resolution. So we're in a really good spot. It's not like we're going to be noticing more than 5 people when we're done with this, right? And if anybody that comes in that does submit an early retirement would then reduce that list one by one, right? So if you have 5 and you get an early retirement that comes in, then you're down to 4. And another one comes in, you're down to 3. So we're trying to reverse map it and get to the number of 0 if we can. Ultimately, we're still probably going to be providing, like I said, 5 to 6 notices max, but in a pretty good spot considering we had 18 on this list when we began with. Yeah. So we're requesting, and first I'd like to say thank you to Sherry and NTA for signing the MOU. So we need action on the MOU as an independent item, and then we actually need the board resolution voted on secondly as a separate item as well, and we would need to make sure that it's a vote by vote as we're going through, one person at a time. Roll call.
All right.
Any questions? A lot of information, but okay.
Okay, so I'm going to ask for a motion for the MOU between the district and NTA regarding early retirement incentive. Could I get a motion for that, please? Unless someone wants to discuss anything first. Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve 11.1.
I'll second that.
Okay. And could we do a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Aguiano?
Yes.
Member Block?
Yes.
Vice President Thomas?
Yes.
President Jones?
Yes.
5 ayes, and Student Board Member Lee is absent now.
Yes. All right, motion passes with 5 ayes. Now we are going to, I'm looking for a motion for the resolution number 2024.25.19, Early Retirement Incentive Program. Could I get a motion for this one, please?
Just did that.
I thought we did the MOU.
We did the MOUs first, and then the resolution has to be voted on separately.
Right. So it's 2 for this, for 11.1, we have to take 2 different votes.
That's correct, as it says in the background there.
Right. So do I have a motion for the second half of 11.1?
Sure. I'll make a motion to approve the second half of item 11.1, resolution number 2024.25.19.
Thank you. A second?
I second that.
Okay, thank you so much. Could we have a vote, please?
Student Board Member Lee absent. Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Aguiano?
Yes.
Member Block?
Yes.
Vice President Thomas?
Yes.
President Jones?
Yes.
5 ayes.
5 ayes, motion carries. Thank you. We are now on resolution, or I'm sorry, 11.2, resolution number 2024.25.20, reduce the number of certified employees due to the reduction of particular kinds of services for the 2025-26 school year. Ms. Parks, we have a public comment.
Sorry, I'm going to refuse. Because where I understand that you have until May 15th, but these March 15th notices are going out. And I do understand that, you know, there is that timeline, but I still think that it's imperative that that go out, that MOU go out earlier, because even though you do have that time to retract, you have 10 teachers here, that just the elementary side, then you got the middle school and high school. It impacts them. You know, they get that pink slip, and then they're starting to look, and it affects morale, because maybe Susie didn't get one, but Billy did. You know, well, I'm using kids' terms, but you know what I'm saying is that, you know, and that's their best friend. That's the one that they sit and have lunch with every day. You know, it affects the morale at the specific site. So I think that we need to be cognizant of that, of the effect that the pink slips. Maybe that person didn't get one, but a colleague did, and it affects. So I think that definitely on the MOU, and you need to have your organization looking at all of this stuff on a better timeline. I just feel like a lot of this stuff is last minute, and then you are retracting. And I know that's the reason for the extra 60 days, but it does affect everyone, so.
For sure. Thank you. I can remember. All right, so on this, may I ask for a motion for this resolution?
Sorry, so.
Oh, I'm sorry. Any questions? I apologize.
Can we have Mr. Williams go through the categories that he said he would go through, right?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Yes.
Sure.
Absolutely. So to look at the resolution itself, we're presenting this to do a reduction in force, which are certificated employees. There are 10 within multiple subject credentials in elementary schools based on staffing and student ADA of attendance within each of the elementary schools. There's one middle school social studies teacher. That's basically we're overstaffed by one on the ratios. And there's one middle school math teacher as well as one secondary math teacher that our classes and sections do not need those based on our ADA and the student enrollment at those schools with our projections. The last one is the adaptive physical education teacher. These are all the certificated teachers that would be formally noticed. And then I've added the other 3 on here again so that we have the resolution showing that we're closing these out legally and there's no more money attached to the administrative program director of education services. Although that's on here, I've already shared with you, she has submitted a letter of retirement. The second one was the alternative education program administrator, went from a principal to an assistant principal for a savings of $10,642. And then one elimination of a secondary assistant principal. So currently there's 4, but we'll be down to 3 total. And then one of them is going to remain in that position at the high school that's doing the master schedule. The other 2 will actually have been noticed by March 15th based on our resolution tonight. And anyone can apply or reapply for those positions if they choose to once we go through that. So again, the elementary positions, based on staffing and overstaffing that we've had for quite a few years, it's getting it down to our baseline with class size and our class size language, which is in the collective bargaining agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. And just so that we can eat the elephant in bites. So the first resolution is dealing specifically with certificated.
Yes, sir.
Right? And we're saying that we are proposing to reduce by 17 FTE.
Correct.
And we're indicating that 17 FTE needs to be laid off or reduced because of a combination of class sizes and sections. Is that a correct
100%.
statement? Yes. Okay. And we have talked with NTA about this.
Correct.
And there's an understanding that yes, we face those issues.
Correct.
Okay.
Can I ask one question about the high school math teacher in particular? So I know one of the elements of Project Connect has been to reduce class sizes in math in particular to provide extra support for students who enter high school who may be behind in math. Would reducing that 1 FTE for the high school math teacher have a knock-on effect on that program, or would we still be able to service that program?
So great question first. So we actually had 3 additional FTEs in math. So we kept 1 to provide additional support at the high school. In addition to that, we have some teachers, not always in math, but that are 0.80 or 0.60 that may increase to 0.80. And we also have some buyout periods. So example, if you're on a 6-5 buyout, it means you're working 6 periods and you're being paid 6, so we're reducing the 6 down to 5, so they're teaching their normal load. So it still offsets it, but you're still providing the direct instruction necessary based on the student level at the secondary, both sites, middle school and high school.
All right, any other questions? Okay, so let's look at may I have a motion for resolution number 2024.25.20, reduce the number of certified employees due to a reduction of particular kinds of services for the 25-26 school year. Could I get a motion, please?
I move that we vote in favor of 11.2.
All right, a second?
I second.
Okay, thank you. And could we do roll call, please?
Yes. Student Board Member Lee absent. Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Aguiano?
Yes.
Member Block?
Yes.
Vice President Thomas? Yes. President Jones?
Yes.
5 ayes.
All right, 5 ayes, the motion carries. Thank you so much. 11.3.
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
No. Resolution number 2024.25.21, determination of tie-breaking criteria. Mr. Williams.
Yeah, so this provides us an opportunity if people are starting on the same seniority date, and you have that happen quite a bit at the beginning of the year, you have to have a tie-breaking criteria. So if we both have the same hiring date, then what you would do is you would look at our ranking here, A through D. So example, if I had a preliminary credential or lifetime credential, you would earn 1 point or 2 points, right? So if we were equal hire and I have those and I have 3 points, then I would have the more seniority based on the tie-breaking criteria. If we were still tied after the first criteria, then we would jump down to the next one. If you had a B-clad, right, because it's very hard to find, or B-clad teachers, or CLAD, which CLAD now has been embedded into your credential anyway. But if you have a B-clad, then you would earn 3 additional points, and you would be higher on the seniority list to be able to sustain your job. And then the third criteria is supplemental authorizations. For example, if I have a multiple subject credential, but I also have a single subject science credential, or math credential, or English credential, you would also get additional point for that. And you also have flexibility if you're equal, because we may need a spot in single subject that you could fall into, which we'll meet with those employees and give them that option if that does happen. And then the last one is any additional degree with double masters. Some people have 2 masters, some people have a doctorate, and they would get an additional point on that. And then that point total would then predicate if the 2 people were tied on who would have the higher seniority date as you're moving forward with. So it's pretty simple. Hopefully it didn't overcomplicate it, but we would need this required as a board resolution approval tonight. So with the handful of people that we do have tied, is this the criteria we would use to get to the next level?
All right. May I ask for a motion for resolution 2024.25.21, determination of tie-breaking criteria?
Motion to approve resolution number 2024.25.21.
Great. And a second?
I second.
Thank you. Roll call?
Student Board Member Lee absent. Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Aguiano?
Yes.
Member Block?
Yes.
Vice President Thomas?
Yes.
President Jones?
Yes.
5 ayes.
Great. Motion carries. Thank you so much. 11.4, resolution 2024.25.22, classified layoffs. Ms. Parks.
Good evening. So the number 1 listed person is an administrative secretary. I would like to know how this is a layoff since she's being laterally transferred to the business office. The business office currently doesn't have that position. The positions that are open in the business office is the district accountant and the procurement person, that the position that was created last year. Glad to see that you're going to keep one of the software specialists, at least one of them. The number 3, the informational technology, with all of the technology needs in the district, I don't quite understand the need to reduce that position. I would think that if anything, you would be adding more. The custodians, I know that you were originally at 4, you dropped it to 2 now since you're keeping Bridgepoint. But I know Mr. Williams brought up a very interesting idea to have 2 as floaters. And I know that there have, or at least I've heard, that it's been very difficult, and I know you have posted on EdJoin, custodial subs. So I would think if you don't want to bear the burden of 2, that you would at least consider having at least 1 floater, because I'm sure for those of you that are in education, everybody but Thomas though, how important it is to have a custodial service, when the students are on site especially, and for the evening cleanups. And then what I didn't understand was 8 and 9, the child care. How will these sites handle before school care needs? And that might be an enrollment factor for some of the parents if you don't offer this service before school starts. But another thing that I wanted to say, it was disturbing to sit back there and listen to the budget presentation and take these cuts when it's because of a picture that's being painted regarding the financial situation of the district. And to hear, with all due respect, I have to say this though, because it really was shocking to me to hear the chief business official describe your Fund 17, your special fund, and saying it was from the sale of Russian. Sale of Russian is your Fund 40. That's where the 19.2 million went, and you're down to just about 8 million now. It is not Fund 17. And it's disturbing to see these presentations with this information that I know you've heard from several of us, that we don't feel that they're accurate. And I had to go back and listen to I couldn't believe that I heard it. I had to go back and watch the video. And that's what was said. And it's disturbing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Parks. Andrew Herrera?
Good evening, board members, interim superintendent, and Newark community. My name is Andrew Herrera, and I have worked as an IT technician for NUSC for the past 2 years and 5 months. Alongside my colleagues Yang, Barbie, and Maria, we provide critical IT services that keep the district running, work that extends beyond our official job titles. The district has decided to eliminate my position as an IT technician and Maria's position as a software support specialist, citing a lack of work or lack of funds. Yet, the district is immediately rehiring for identical roles under new titles. If there is truly a lack of work, why are our jobs being reposted under different titles and not under union protections, NUMA? This move appears to be in violation of multiple education codes that, simply put, require that layoffs for lack of work or funds be genuine and not a loophole to replace employees under different titles. Beyond the legality, this decision directly harms the district. I do the work of both a network engineer and system administrator, alongside my coworker Yang. We are the only 2 people who manage the entire district's IT infrastructure. We handle everything: server management, network equipment, device deployment, the phones, cameras, bells, and many other critical systems, ensuring that students, teachers, and staff have access to secure and reliable technology every single day. For just 2 technicians to support 9 school sites and 2 work sites, it is no easy feat. Our department has already been advocating for more staff to meet the district's growing technology needs. Yet instead of adding support, the district is choosing to replace Maria and I. Any position they hire for will be performing the same exact work we do now, meaning this is not a layoff due to lack of work, but a deliberate maneuver to replace employees under a technicality. I urge the board to reconsider this decision, not only because of its questionable legality, but because it directly impacts the students, teachers, and staff who rely on the services we provide. By replacing us under different job titles, the district is not saving money or reducing work. It is simply replacing dedicated employees over a loophole. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Herrera. Maria?
Good evening, Interim Superintendent Vicar, Executive Cabinet, board members, and student member Lee, who is not here. My name is Maria Diaz-Mendola, and I am here tonight to address the board regarding the proposed layoff of my position as software support specialist. I was informed on Tuesday, February 11th, that the district would present my position for layoff this evening. During that meeting, I was told that I could apply for the SIS/CalPADS analyst position, but that it would be a NUMA position. Respectfully, I would like to remind the Board of California Education Code 45308, which states, classified employees shall be subject to layoff for lack of work or lack of funds. These are the only 2 reasons for laying off classified staff. Nowhere in this ed code does it say that you can lay off a classified employee and take that work to create a management position. The fact that the district wishes to create a new position confirms the need for my position. I strongly encourage the board to reconsider taking this action, as it will be in direct violation of Ed Code 45308. Thank you.
Thank you. So we are now looking at Resolution 2024-25.22, classified layoffs. Any questions or comments? Member Hill.
So this is an area that, this is just my personal viewpoint, that I feel that we might be starting to cut into the bone. And I've heard the comments that from the various speakers that are coming forward, and I have some concerns. And so I understand that we've reduced our initial position around the custodians was to lay off 4. We're now reducing it to 2. But my sense is, again, that we still face issues with keeping our schools clean, and up to date. And so, that's not something that I really support. I would like to get the board's input and maybe we make a modification there, because I think that the custodians are important. And then I also think that IT is very important. And certainly we have, my experience in my work life is that there is always more demand for IT than there is supply of IT. And I've seen that here. And I think that I would like to see a plan first around how we're looking at reorganizing and what we're expecting to get out of it. And I don't see enough of a plan at this point. And so, and what I'm very concerned about is I know that when you don't have sufficient resources in IT, that a lot of things start to, there a lot of issues emerge because we're so reliant on IT. And then I know that I think that there's also I know we've talked about SPED. So Miss, what is it? Walker, Angela, yeah, Miss Walker. So she's assured us that she's looked carefully at her department, have great respect for her, and so I feel more confident in, accepting that recommendation, because she's ultimately the one that has to live with that too. But I know also, an area that we've historically been understaffed in has been HR, and so talking about potentially taking an employee out there, concerns me. And so these are areas that concern me. I'd be curious how my fellow board members feel, and if we want to maybe provide some alternative recommendations.
Member Block?
I might be in favor of modifying this resolution in some way. I think I agree with some of these cuts, but not all of them. I think we're already going to be generating a lot of savings through the cost cutting that has already occurred and through the resolution that we sadly had to approve previously regarding certificated employees. So I'm open to the idea of passing this resolution with some modification, if that can assuage the board's concerns and find a middle ground.
Member Thomas?
I too have concerns about dropping the number of IT technicians. And the software support specialist is going to be replaced by a NUMA position, but we haven't gotten a job description or any plan to reorganize that department. I would like to see that happen maybe before we get rid of or, rip one of these software support specialists. In terms of the custodians, I don't know. I think I've seen many proposals or many suggestions that custodian work can be handled in certain ways. I hope we're really looking into the number of classrooms or buildings that a custodian has to clean and make sure we're not shorting ourselves with custodians needed to do more of the work. So, and the classroom aide remote position, that seems strange that we even have that.
And custodians need to be doing custodial work, not helping with drop-off. We have one school site where literally the custodian helps with drop-off every morning. That is not a custodial job, and they should be doing their job, not helping with drop-off, opening car doors. I mean, it's nice, but that's not what they should be doing.
And I want to clarify something that Ms. Parra said. There's been no one given a position because we haven't done a restructure. But we have talked to employees, which is really good practice to talk to your folks because they actually gave us some really good ideas. So example, that administrative secretary, somebody said they're going to the finance business department. That has not gone to the board. So I want to make sure you guys all hear that loud and clear. We have talked to that person. So reality, that person would have bumping rights and would bump out another admin secretary, which I've talked to Maria about. And then that would cause another bump, and then that would cause another bump. So if we're going to stick to the plan, we would highly recommend that the admin secretary be on that list. I understand there's some concerns with the technology piece is what I'm hearing. The school secretary, it's a vacant position that's been on the books. We have 2 clerical spots that have been open because no one, lack of position control at one time or another, and one has been sitting there. So it's going to be an eliminated position that no one's been in. The human resource tech, without hesitation, that role and function should have been a manager spot. But when we reclassed that, it went down to a bargaining unit position, which we're paying out of class pay now to do managerial jobs in that role and function. The custodians, with the ratios that we have right now with 30 custodians, and Jose, you went through the ratio of per square foot. You made the professional recommendation to reduce 2 custodians based on the demand and where we're at. That still would give us 2 floating subs that we can have backfill on that. So I'd highly encourage you to stay the course on that. The classroom aide was the one I had shared that we found randomly, that we saw someone as an instructional aide working out of San Diego, California for the last 4 years. Thank you, Trudy, for finding that. So I've already talked to her and met her. She has no plans of moving back to Newark. And she said, I knew it was coming sooner or later. The 2 lead custodian or the lead childcare, there are no more students to serve there. We've already met with both employees. It's less than an hour a day for one and less than 45 minutes a day. So we're going to have fallback where they're actually going to be put in another position and actually still serve. So all the people that think we're not caring and thinking about people, we're actually spending time. Barbie, I sat down with you for a long period of time. I sat down with Maria. So whether, people like it or not, I'm not here whether you like me or not. And the reality is when you say that we canceled negotiations twice, you canceled them the week before that and never contacted me. I found out through the secretary. Hey, I'm just saying, listen, you can say something real quick. But listen, when you bring that up, make sure you know your facts. Because you canceled, listen, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You canceled it. Listen.
Can we stop this, please?
Yeah, real quick.
What is the point of this right now? Can we stop?
All right, I'll stop.
Point of order.
But when we cancel, we want to make sure we tell the whole story. Yeah.
Okay.
It is
All right.
ridiculous.
Thank you. I appreciate your clarification, Mr. Williams. That was great on the different positions. It sounds like you've had conversations with all of these folks. They understand. I know it's very, very difficult. But I think, you did listen to our recommendations. You made some adjustments. This was a smaller list than what we saw at the last meeting and the meeting before that. I do feel, March 15th is a horrible day. As a teacher, I remember a horrible day. So it's a difficult position for us to be in when we have to make decisions now that potentially in 60 days, we are going to be able to rescind this. But if we don't vote for this now, we don't have an opportunity to be able to rescind. We're stuck. And I'm not talking about people, I'm talking about positions when I say stuck. So it feels to me that, I appreciate the clarification. I'm hearing what you're saying. And I think, it's potentially time. Are there modifications to this list that anyone feels it's the hill to die on, that they could not vote without making an alteration to this? Member Block? And then Member Thomas.
I would request removing the IT tech from this list.
Okay. Member Thomas?
I think I agree with Mr. Block, but I would like to have staff explain why we don't need that IT position.
Be more than happy to answer that question, Member Thomas here. So what we need today is, with all the cyber attacks and phishing we're getting on our sites here, not only do we need someone in cybersecurity, but someone who can actually take the time to analyze every site and set up every site with our new systems in place. That's something that this IT director has been asking for time and time again. We're under constant attack, and we don't have that bandwidth, we don't have that knowledge base or that skill set, and that's why we're going after a NUMA position that would provide that for the district and give us that security that we're all looking for. Once again, with the SIS analyst, that is more of a management position, once again, a NUMA position, but that helps us once again with the new dashboards we're implementing with all these online enrollments. And yes, we do give the offer to our employees to apply for these positions. That's just seems fair. And so I just want to make sure that that was clear when it was conveyed to them, and we really had some open discussions. Many hours have been put into this. But once again, that is why I would demand an IT analyst that would give us that cybersecurity component that we're desperately missing in this district.
When will we be getting information about the restructuring in IT and in the?
March 4th, next board meeting.
So we would be asked to approve job descriptions and.
Correct. That's what we're already working on them, but we can't present anything until March 4th.
Okay, but what you're saying is that this IT technician is not needed no matter what you do.
Right. What we're looking for is cybersecurity more on the NUMA management side. With that, once again, when you're dealing with NUMA, it's all hours, different times, whether it's in the evening, whether it's the weekends, and we've had systems go down where we're currently adding more to overtime because whether it be servers that are going down, whether we've been attacked, whatever it is, there's been ongoing hours currently of overtime for the last 2 weekends now. It's just mounting to more and more bottom line to the district.
Okay.
I just wanted to add, just in regards to that position, talking about the description, would that be a field agent as well, be out there?
That's correct. That's correct. Not only here at the site, but would be at the sites as well, just working on all our locations. So it's not someone that's just going to be a desk job here at the DO.
Member Hill?
Yeah, the challenge I have with the IT part of this is that as I look at the slides from the prior presentation, essentially it says that we're swapping out one set and swapping in a new set, but that ultimately the savings are the projected savings are $23,000, right? And so, but the missing part in this, right? And this is an important part of doing, a complete analysis, is if we're saying that we're spending more money in other areas, that needs to be included in this presentation, right? So if we say that we're incurring overtime, that needs to be included. If we're saying that we're having to bring in contract personnel, that needs to be included. But I don't see this here, right? And so this is sort of a heartburn. And I just know that that IT is the glue that holds things together, and that you want to be very careful when you make adjustments there. And so I'm not feeling warm and fuzzy about this.
Just to add on that, I mean, I have a couple of children across the district, so technology is really important, right? And most of the time, technology is broken or it's not functional, right? So that's a field tech, that's an individual working on the computers themselves, which we totally understand the position of the cyber attacks. But these individuals are working directly with the children, so it makes a direct impact as well. So we have to consider looking into that particular portion.
I'm not saying that this would solve all of our issues. We definitely need more, eventually as we're getting more and more into, being technology driven. But what our immediate needs are right now is for an IT analyst that would handle the cybersecurity side as well as doing the IT tech side, if you will. It would be somebody that's going to be not only troubleshooting our systems or our IDFs and MDFs, but as well as user technology. So it's someone who's going to be hands-on. Our current director is hands-on as well. So it's she's you can call her a field tech, but she's a director and she runs a department. But it's all hands on deck right now.
How, what if we were, I'm sorry.
It's all right.
I'm just wondering if keeping the IT technician for another year and after restructuring with another person, we can keep the IT technician and make sure that we don't need that job after the end of a year. To me, I'd rather do that.
So could we keep that IT analyst job description coming forward with the SIA?
Yes.
CalPEDS
I think
analyst?
the board's hearing the importance of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that in this situation, that maybe we need to spend a little more money, that maybe this is not an area where we want to cut, that we want to find savings in another area.
And if I can, just to add to that, just to pour back into our technicians or our IT, we need to provide professional development. We really need to make sure that we're sending and connecting them and really uplifting them to make a decision and empower them as well. So I agree with Member Hill.
Absolutely, we're on board with that, and I know they've had some training this week and previous weeks as well, but it's always evolving, always moving with technology, so I'm right with you on PDI.
So you can modify the resolution and still vote on it this evening. So if that's an item that you want to take off, the district can support that, and we respect your insight on that, and understanding also that there's also a need to do some additional things with cybersecurity.
I would like to make a motion then that we...
Hold on, sorry. I wanted to just lobby for one more area, and that's the custodians. And so my feeling is we've gone from 4 down to 2. But I would like to lobby that if we really need to make a cut, that maybe we reduce by 1. But just my feeling is that when I hear teachers and various people at the sites talk, I never hear them say, our sites are too clean. And so, and one of the things that we've talked about is the fact that in order for us to become great, we have to have pride. And part of pride is with the place where you go to work or where you study, that things are taken care of. And I think the custodians are essential for that. And if we have issues where maybe they're not being totally utilized correctly, and as President Jones has indicated, if they're handling drop off, okay, so that's probably a problem. And I shouldn't say probably, it is a problem if that's happening. But what I would like to suggest is that let's try to keep as much of the existing staff as we can, but raise the bar in terms of essentially the outcomes that we're looking for. That we really want to have our schools be places that people are really happy to come to, proud to come to, and set the expectation. And if individuals can't deliver that, then I mean, in my opinion, that's more of a performance issue rather than a structural issue.
I agree with you, Member Hill. we're looking at formulations of how much time it takes to go to each restroom, what are the first things to clean up in there, first things to get to the site, throwing out the trash. We are enforcing those, and as we have our new director of MOT, has really spearheaded that, and there's been a shift that's been taking place. We're slowly seeing it, but because of most custodians not being directly under site supervision, we're currently looking at that as well, so there's more oversight. And I think that's one of the concerns that we're just discussing, so thank you for that.
Member Thomas.
Yes, could I ask a question about if we were to reduce custodian to only one FTE? I think I heard that we're trying to hire sub-custodians. We're short, couldn't that person be a floating custodian? So it's not like we can't make use of that custodian or the work's not there. It's just that it may not be in the right place. And so I would amend my motion that I wasn't able to make to say that we remove the one information technology technician off of the list and one of the two custodians. That's my motion.
I'll second.
All right.
And we keep the IT analyst and SIS help.
No, we're keeping 3 and we're keeping half of 6.
It's on the resolution right now. We have to bring that back at another time.
Yeah. So the motion was made to keep the information technology technician and one of the custodians on the list. Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes.
Yeah, we got a second.
Okay.
It was Thomas and Block. Yes.
So to confirm, I have Member Thomas as first motion, Member Block as second.
Yes.
Okay. Student Board Member Lee absent.
Can you
Member,
please read what the modification was into the record?
Yes. Or
I'm sorry, did you want me to do it?
I just want to make sure that we repeat exactly what the motion was. I just want to make sure that that's clearly articulated.
Okay. The motion is for resolution number 2024.25.22 to accept the full list, except for number 3, the information technology technician, and number 6, changing custodian to 1 FTE, not 2.
Bringing the total of FTE down to 5.625.
625, yes.
Thank you.
perfect. Student Board Member Lee absent. Member Hill.
Yes.
Member Aguiano.
Yes.
Member Block.
Yes.
Member Thomas.
Yes.
Sorry, Vice President Thomas. Member Thomas. President Jones.
Yes.
5 ayes.
All right, 5 ayes, the motion passes, sorry. Let's see, we are down to the consent agenda personnel item 12.1. Does anyone want to pull this item? Member Hill?
Yes, thank you. Let me just pull it up here. Yeah, I just had a question because I didn't know what some things were. So, under employment of classified substitutes, there's a classified management sub. Can somebody explain to me what that position is?
Yes. Sure.
This was actually an FTE that was removed out of the classroom that Mrs. Vakar informed you guys about and brought back as a classified managerial spot to support kids in the classroom at BGI.
Okay. So, but they're not like a substitute teacher.
No.
No.
They're like
There
a
is
para?
Patient support.
There is a substitute teacher in the classroom.
Okay.
Teacher.
So are they like a para? I mean, I don't know what that is. I mean,
Yeah, so the position actually is supporting a classroom over at BGI. We had a teacher change over there due to some credentialing issues. And so in order to be able to keep the classroom whole and be able to help support it for the remainder of the year and to be able to help the students, we have a substitute teacher who will be providing the services through the end of the year. And in the meantime, we have also brought on a management substitute employee to also help and assist in that classroom.
Okay, thank you.
And then, Madam President, I have to remove Penelope Samarano because it was placed in the wrong one, so we need to reduce that off that list, and I'll bring that back to the next personnel or the next PAL report. So that got misplaced on the certificate, and it should have been under classified. But it's a voluntary resignation, but I'll bring that back at the next board meeting.
Okay.
We can just make an addendum to that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, so may I have a motion to accept the PAL report with the exception of Samarano, Penelope Samarano, who was listed under certificated when she is a classified employee, and that's the only change, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, may I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept with the aforementioned change.
Okay.
I second.
And second is, let's see, motion was Brock. And may I have a roll call, please?
Sorry, can you confirm the second?
Yes, Hill.
Okay, thank you.
Member Hill.
Student Board Member Lee absent. Member Hill.
Yes.
Member Aguiano.
Yes.
Member Block.
Yes.
Member Thomas.
Yes.
President Jones.
Yes.
5 ayes.
Motion carries. Thank you. Okay. Approved. That was, I'm sorry, it was Hill and Block, is that right? I'm sorry, Block and Hill. Thank you very much. Okay. All right, so we are down to consent agenda, non-personnel items. Does anyone want to pull anything off of the list?
I'd like to pull 13.6.
13.6, all right.
I'd like to pull 13.6.
Okay, 2 for 13 points. Do I have 3? Going for 3. All right, 3 pulls for 13.6. All right, may I have a motion to approve 13.2 through 13.5? And 13.7, excuse me, yes.
Motion to approve. Go ahead.
So I'll second that.
Okay, all right, so that is a Thomas second, and I'm sorry, who? Thank you. All right.
Okay. Student Board Member Lee absent. Member Hill.
Yes.
Member Aguiano.
Yes.
Member Block.
Yes.
Member Thomas.
Yes.
President Jones.
Yes.
5 ayes.
All right. And discussion for 13.6. Member Block.
Can I make a motion that we just table this one for now? That we're getting pretty close to our meeting deadline, and we may want to have some further discussion on this one before signing off on a 40-year easement, which is a pretty long-term commitment. So maybe I think I would just make a request that we table this one for now and bring
Is
it back
that
later.
okay? Can we table it, or is it timely?
Yes, we can table it.
All right. All right, and so 13.6 is tabled until the following meeting. All right, moving on to.
For a future meeting.
Oh, for a future meeting, excuse me, for a future meeting. Moving on to 14.1, Board of Education Committee reports, announcements, requests, debriefs, and discussion. Member Hill, we'll start with you.
Thank you, President Jones. So, as the board and staff know, I'm kind of have a one-track mind in a lot of respects and just keep beating the same drum. But one of the things that I think is really important for excellence is focus. And I know that in any aspect of life, it's easy to get distracted, and especially in a school district where we're a large ecosystem and there's so many things going on. But in my mind, right, the number one thing that we need to be focused in on is educational outcomes, and everything else needs to be aligned to support those. And so related to that, I would like to make a request, and that request is, as I think I've spoken in prior meetings about some of the interesting things that are happening over in Palo Alto and East Palo Alto as it relates to, but specifically Palo Alto, as it relates to improving test scores, and specifically for people in the various subgroups, right? Kids in the various subgroups. And they've been doing some interesting things, and they've actually achieved some amazing success in a short period of time. Well, one person that I know over there who is involved in this just reached out to me literally, I think it was like over the weekend, and indicated that one of the teachers that they are, or one of the resources that they've been using over there, has developed an interesting math curriculum program, and they want to try to actually road test it with some of the subgroups. They have some interesting, exciting ideas, and they're looking to potentially maybe pilot it over the summer in a very targeted fashion. And so I would like to request the board, if you feel comfortable and interested, that we maybe have this person come and speak and explain more about what they're doing, and if we think it might be applicable to us.
Actually, I'm very interested, but kind of for like in a different kind of a direction. So I would actually like to be able to talk with that person sooner.
Okay.
Because I have some idea around some extended opportunities that we'd like to be able to offer to kids. And so that might just meet some of the plans that we're actually talking about doing.
Okay.
So if I could have maybe Karen and her team, meet with that individual, if you could help
Yes.
make that connection.
Yes.
We would be
Yes.
very interested in having that conversation.
Okay, great. I will make the connection.
Member Aguano?
Yes, I just start off by saying thank you to everyone. Thank you for your time, and also for the cabinet, you guys explaining and going back and really just emphasizing the importance of, saving, and also trying to keep our families together. It's really important here because many of the families are employees, but they also live in our community, so we have to really think about that as well. But really, I just wanted to say that at this point in time, it's the decisions that we're making are really hard, and we just have to take a step back and sometimes just take a breather, right? And really analyze and let's communicate, because if we understand each other, really, we go ahead and come together and really just make something happen. So thank you for that. And also just student member Lee, she mentioned that, they're celebrating Black History Month at the Newark Memorial High School, and we have to do a lot more celebrations to, share diversity, to share equality, to share what we're going through, especially nowadays with the difficult times that we're living in. So I really appreciate all the schools that are staying intact. God bless. But just for us to go ahead and continue to make that effort. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge the difficulty of the decisions that we had to make today. Obviously, layoffs are really difficult, and they're not something that we take lightly. And I want to acknowledge the anxiety that it causes among people as we're going through this process. I know it's really hard for everyone. I just want to reiterate, from January to April is this really crucial period attendance-wise, when ADA is calculated based on these 3 months, as per my understanding. So just really encouraging, really boosting our attendance as much as possible, which can really help solve a lot of problems, budget-wise, in terms of school morale-wise, and just an idea to float maybe for future calendar years. I know at this point of the year, students get really burnt out, teachers get really burnt out. And I know a lot of districts have like a ski week. That would be happening ordinarily this week, including, I believe, Member Hill's district and Member Anguiano's district. Sadly, Fremont does not have it, nor does Newark. But I think it might be a way to alleviate some burnout in this really difficult time of year and help people feel more rested and motivated going into, the standardized testing season and all of that. So just a thought for future consideration as well.
Good luck. Member Thomas.
Thanks, everyone, for a very productive meeting. I will be meeting with, and Mr. Anguiano and I will be meeting tomorrow night for a special audit committee meeting. And I just want to say that this has been a long time coming. We're going to be talking about internal controls and hopefully talking about next steps. This was brought up in June 12th with the audit committee. It was brought up at the regular meeting on June 25th last year. September 11th, it was again discussed, and November 13th, we took action and asked staff to come back for a report. So I look forward to having an update on the progress against that. But I think we really need to start paying a lot more attention to the business of running the district, the business fundamentals. And having payroll be correct is first priority. If you don't have payroll correct, you're not doing anything right. So that's my thought. Anyway, thank you.
I want to just thank everybody for all their really hard work. We made a lot of very difficult decisions tonight. There was a lot of really good dialogue and discussion that went along with it. Listening to people's different viewpoints and understanding that we all come with our own perspectives and thoughts. And, as I think about our guidelines, I think we did a pretty good job tonight of, really listening and hearing what people were saying out here and in closed session. So I thank you all for, just sharing your thoughts and being willing to listen to others. And staff, again, there was a lot of hard work on your part in working with everyone in your departments and the school sites to come up with the cuts that we had to consider tonight. So thank you for all of your very difficult work in that. So that's it.
Well, first of all, I'd just like to extend my thanks to the board for your patience and your dedication, helping guide us as we were working through this, and also to our community for speaking to us. These are not easy decisions. They were really difficult ones. There were many that were sitting out there on the list that we really went through to try to vet. Even as we work through moving towards our new adopted budget for 25-26, and we look at, information that we learned from the May revise and various funds that may be coming back into our district that we're not sure if we're going to receive today, but hopefully we'll know more as the time progresses. Those will help us with some other decisions that we might be making for May, right? That's going to be another important. And it also will help us with guiding us for how we build our budget coming up in the future. There's been a lot of hard work that's been put in this year with trying to come up with cost savings and trying to be able to identify those and be able to be transparent about them. I know some people don't feel that we're being transparent. We are working hard to try to provide that information and make sure that we keep our eye on the ball, right? Like we really want to make sure that we're very focused. It's one of the reasons why within the one-time restricted funds, we very carefully called out the MYP savings for 25-26 and 26-27 so that we can carry that money over and be able to help with it. The one-time funds have helped us in many different kinds of ways. One thing that was shared earlier this evening during the study session is that the district moved from a AA- to a AA credit rating. That's like really great news. It's good news for our taxpayers. It's good news for our district. It's good news on the interest rates that we'll receive for the future on our bonds. I look forward to bringing back information that we talked about earlier today in our study session about what does that focus look like on the priority things that need to be done. You definitely need to have that report before you move forward with actually commencing with the bonds. I'd rather take an extra month or two if we need to make sure that we have a complete list for you. I have no problems with that. I think this is one that we want to make sure that we do right. We made a lot of commitments to our community when we talked about the need for the bond. There are great needs for it. But that first $30 million that we're talking about spending and being able to contribute to our schools, we need to make sure that's a really clear priority list, because I think there's going to be a lot of expectations that come out of it. There's not going to be enough money for all the things that people wanted to do. But we do want to make sure that every school has an opportunity to be able to have access to those funds, and that we are actually able to share in that in some kind of an equal kind of a way. So I think it's going to be important for us to bring that back to you in that manner. It was a great study session. I'm glad that we had it. I'm glad Adam was able to come and speak in person, and Katie Dobson was able to explain a little bit about Prop 39, how that works, and then exactly some of the next steps that you need to do. We will get to work on advertising for that committee that needs to come, and what that committee makeup looks like. We can start working on that. And then there's also some board policies or some other things that the policy committee will need to be able to work on as well, that we'll have to introduce at that time. So there's a lot of work still yet to be done. But I do know that the decisions that were happening were very, very difficult to make. I just really want to thank staff for your time and efforts that went into this, for really reaching out to people and spending time with them. Those were not easy conversations. They were difficult conversations, but one that we really talked about the fact that we're small. We're a small district. We know these people. We see them every day. We pass them, we run into them. We know what's happening with their families, and it's personal. It's personal to them, and it's really personal to other team members that work with them, because we work in such a tight-knit community here in our school district. So again, very difficult decisions, and I do truly respect and greatly appreciate everybody's time, comments, and suggestions. They were really most welcomed. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, and with that, I am going to adjourn the meeting at 11:44. Thank you.